Morning, everyone, and welcome to the Taiwan Open of Surfing. We are up to day 9, I think, of the waiting period. Chris Binns here alongside contest director Will Hayden-Smith. We're going to the finals today. What do we got on offer behind us, mate?
Yeah, it's exactly what we predicted yesterday. It's a little bit bigger, a little bit cleaner, and more waves. So it's really exciting and perfect stage to crown a world junior champion.
Pretty incredible array of nations in the final.
Yeah, we were just looking at the draw. We've got 7 nations with between 8 quarterfinalists. We've got Brazilians, Japanese, Australian, Hawaiian, and New Zealander, and yeah, it's really exciting. And I can't really pick a standout between all of them. It's been really, really even. There's been some aerial antics yesterday. Kihu Butler was incredible on the face. It's going to be exciting to see who ends up holding the trophy.
And what's the forecast for the day? Is it going to hang around like it is now? Is the wind going to back off?
Yeah, I think the wind might pick up, but it's going to be a lot less windy than what we had yesterday, and it really helped these guys doing airs. Mateus Hurdy was incredible in the air yesterday, so was Sam Pupo, so I don't think the wind's going to be a problem. It's just great to see that there's a lot more quality waves coming through, so yeah, super excited about the day.
All right, cool. Well, we've got Cole Alves and Sam Pupo in the first quarterfinal coming our way. We're going to throw to a quick highlights package and then back up to Shannon and Brad in the booth for the call. Finals day. It's happening. Let's do it.
What an incredible week it's been here at Jinzun Harbour. Those are the sights and sounds of the last couple of days' competition. Of course, we are down to finals day. The final 8 competitors in the WSL World Junior Surfing Championships, all part of the Taiwan Open of Surfing in beautiful Taitung County. Brad Bricknell here alongside Shannon Hughes for the call. Shannon, we heard the boys talking about the conditions. This is the final day of the waiting period, the final day of the event, and looking like we are set for a pretty cracking day.
Oh, it's going to be amazing. It's just great to see that wind has cleaned up from the last couple of days. It's still a breeze on the ocean, but it's really mellowed out compared to what we had yesterday. And I think it's going to be a good kind of balance between having that good cranking wind for those airs, but still allowing for clean faces so they're not really struggling against the wind.
All right, we're hearing from the beach announcer 3 minutes to the start of this final day. Of course, we've only got 7 heats left today, of course, and we are going to run straight into crowning a world champion this afternoon. Sammy Pupo from Brazil up against Cole Alves from Hawaii, making up the draw. Of course, we heard the boys talking earlier about the array of nations represented in here. 1 Indonesian, 2 Brazilians, 1 New Zealander, 1 from the US, 1 from Australia, 1 from Japan, and 1 from Hawaii.
It's an amazing spread across the board. I love that it's just so diverse coming into this stage of things. Down to our final 8 competitors out of the 36 that we began with, and there's almost, a surfer per nation that's represented. Yeah,
incredible stuff. So first one we mentioned, Pupo up against Alves. We see Kihu Butler there on screen, shirt off next to his bearded coach, just getting a little bit of a trim there this morning, a bit of grooming. Kihu Butler's coming up against Aitan Osborne from the USA in quarterfinal number 2, and that's going to match up power versus airs.
It's just going to be a fantastic day of surfing. Great to see, where that contrast comes into play. Like you said, the power versus the airs. How that wind plays into a factor. If some of those guys won't be going for as big of airs, because yesterday that wind was really helping to stick the board to their face and even just give them some of that lift, a little bit more hang time. And then, of course, those rail games, someone like Kehu will bring that. This will be an interesting heat, though, seeing Cole Alves from Hawaii up against Sammy Pupo from Brazil, as, in my opinion, both of these guys have a fantastic aerial game. and I'm really excited to see it get underway.
Yeah, looking forward to this one starting in a couple of minutes' time. Looking ahead now to quarterfinal number 3. It's going to be Rio Wider from Indonesia up against Caleb Tankred from Australia. Of course, Caleb had a walkthrough there on round 3. He managed to survive the round 4 heat where Matthias Hurdy caught fire. So that'll be a great matchup too. Again, probably two contrasting styles in that heat.
Yep, that's going to be a really good one. Great to see that Rio is still in the mix. His teammate Ketut had to go back to Indonesia, and Rio has managed to also stick around, taking out the win in his round 4 heat up against some big names like Yuji Nishi and Eduardo Mota. Rio had a huge heat total of 16.17 in that one, so he's looking strong coming into this quarterfinal.
Awesome stuff. And then you probably say one of the form surfers of the last couple of rounds, Matthias Hurdy from Brazil up against Yuji Nishi in that final one, as we now cross to live action. This is the first wave of the first quarterfinal. It is the Hawaiian Cole Alves striking first on finals day. And, he came looking at his competitor in the seat, Sammy Pupo, who really just threw the hammer down for a 17.03 heat total yesterday. We know what Sammy's capable of. Here's what Alves did on his first wave.
All right, so drives off the bottom, gets that little tail drift on the first turn, nice big power section on the second one, using that rail and the floater to finish off with. Gets a little bit eaten by the foam, so maybe not quite the clean kick out, but a decent start. Getting things going, getting a feeling for what's happening in the ocean today.
Yeah, of course. A whole different mindset today on finals day. Losers in this round will claim an equal 5th place overall and take home $2,250 US. But once you make it to finals day, Shannon, it's really about getting into that final and lifting the trophy.
Yeah, and it's really finding that rhythm. You know, if these guys in their quarterfinal heat can find the rhythm of knowing where to sit for those right waves, figuring out if they're going to go for the lefts or the rights as far as, you know, what they're feeling more comfortable on today. Of course, we see surfers switch it up all the time when there's an A-frame like this, but they may find they're more in sync with the right or they're more in sync with the left today. Then getting that rhythm going and that momentum to carry them all the way to the final will be great to see.
4.67 for first of Alves, so striking first and getting some points on the board. Of course, down to this is going to be 2-man heats all the way through today. 30-minute rounds. We'll probably extend that slightly for the final later on this afternoon or probably this morning. Of course, getting underway with the event early today. Just trying to make sure we get the business done before that wind kicks in. Like we heard Will Hayden-Smith say, they're not forecast to be as strong as it was yesterday. We hit up to 35 miles an hour yesterday afternoon. It felt like 50 at times with some of those big gusts that were coming through the contest area. But today, around that 25 to 30 mile per hour forecast, so not as strong.
Yeah, it should be a lot more mellow today, which is great. And looking at our time clock and knowing that we have 30-minute heats, with those 7 heats, we should be able to crown a champion by about 10:30 or 11 a.m. at the latest, depending if we add a little extra time into these heats.
Pupo on the outside. Nice flow to those first 2 maneuvers. There's the third, kicking that tail out, looking alive on his feet. Early morning surfing at Jinzun Harbor, and Sammy Pupo has, he's awake. He's had his coffees, and he's looking sharp on that opening exchange.
All right, great to see that. Both guys with waves to their name. Cole Alves sitting out the back with priority from Maui. The youngster just flying the flag well for the Hawaiians, and so much has been going on in Hawaii this year. But here we go with the Brazilian. Driving into that first turn. It's a little bit of lift out of that tail. Slashes into the second one, comes in under the pocket for the third, and continues to connect it to the inside. Gets a little bit hung up on that one, so that's probably not going to count as a complete maneuver. But great to see that he is finding his feet, and Cole Alves having a look.
Yeah, probably an advantage to Pupo then on that first exchange. We'll see what those numbers tell us when they drop in shortly. I'd say that Pupo probably getting the nod over those over the 4.67 that Alves got. A couple more maneuvers and strung them together with a lot of speed and flow on those outside sections. So there it is, a 4.77, so slightly ahead of Alves. Alves with a big power wrap on the opening turn. And nicely contrasted there. So you have to say it's still pretty even at the beginning of the heat. 26 minutes to go. Of course, top 2 waves are going to count as always.
Yeah, it's going to be great to see once these guys kind of start to find that rhythm. You know, first heat of the morning is always, in my opinion, a little bit difficult. It's great to be able to watch just 2 surfers in the water and find out where they're sitting, as opposed to that spread out of free surfers everywhere in the morning.
Alves on the outside now from Hawaii. Just going down the line, telegraphing the section. Nice whip on that reverse, but you can see not enough speed going into that section, and isn't able to right out of that rotation.
All right, so scores in just a 1.07 for last of Alves. Drifted into the air, wasn't able to stick at the landing. Like you said, speed coming into factor there. So we're looking for speed, power, and flow, whether it's the rail game or the air game. And we can see here Alves just finding that high line, trying to gain some speed, but doesn't quite get what he needs to be able to complete that rotation and land cleanly. But that's okay. Still 25 minutes on the clock, and there's plenty of time. First heat of the morning, getting some of those early morning shakes out.
Yeah, Pupo just having a look over his left shoulder there, just watching what Alves was up to. You know, both of these guys can take to the air, and it'll be a matter of time. We saw Semi Pupo just complete 2 air reverse rotations on one wave yesterday. 9.60 was his score. He's the highest highest wave score ridden in the event so far. So let's see what he's safe for finals day. That was the second last day of the event. I'd hate to see what happens when he's charging towards that finals berth. We heard him talk yesterday about how much a win for Brazil would mean here. 2 Brazilians in Adriano de Souza and Gabriel Medina have been 2 Brazilians that have won this event that have gone on to win world titles. Now there's 2 Brazilians left in the event. Of course, Mateus Hurdy, the other one. And those guys have been talking amongst each other, Shannon, about how much this would mean for them, for their country, to win this event.
Oh, and it would be so fun to see the 2 of them head off in the final. They are on opposite sides of the draw, so that's definitely a possibility. Where we haven't seen that yet within the longboard, the World Longboard Championships or the Junior Championships, where some of those same country surfers have met in the semis or the quarters on their own sides of the draw, but they haven't had that separation to meet in the final. So that would be quite an exciting finish. But no matter who makes it through today, it's going to be a very exciting day of surfing.
Yeah, so true. Looks like we're going to get some live action here. Looks like it's Semi Pupo on the outside. A beautiful wedge ahead of him. He's going to go to the air. He doesn't know. He floats over it. Now he goes to the air for the rotation. Reverts out of that air 360. And just on the shoulder now, he's looking to complete this right on the inside. He's got the power in that rail game as well. And he's looking to shut this one down for wave number 2. This is what we've come to expect from Sammy. Pops the fins out there, and you can see a little claim on the inside. He is pumped up. Talking to him in his posted interviews yesterday, you can see he is quietly determined, this fella.
Absolutely. Great to see that little bit of emotion coming through as we take a look at this replay. So we thought he was going to go to the air, but he just reads that section, knows that it's better to do the floater, and hit the air on the second section. Lands nice and clean. Brings his nose around to the front again, gets some speed coming into these last few carves. So really syncing together some of those maneuvers with a lot of flow to his surfing today, which is what the judges will be loving. Throws the tail out on the finish and the little fist pump.
Happy days for Sami Pupo, locking in wave number 2. Big shout out to Miguel Pupo if he's watching. Of course, Sami's older brother, former World Championship Tour competitor. These guys now traveling together on the World Qualifying Series, and no doubt 2019 will be a big year for the Pupo family, as both of them look towards qualification on that championship tour. Of course, we saw a couple of new Brazilians qualifying for next year's tour. Jadson Andre, well, he's not a new one, but he qualified in dramatic fashion at the Vans World Cup of Surfing a couple of days ago. Great to see him in the mix.
Just such a good guy. Like, it's so exciting to see someone like him back on tour and the vibe that he brings.
There goes Alves on the outside, waiting patiently for the section. There he goes up for the big pop, but just disconnects from his board. Unable to stick that landing, but he's making his intentions clear. I think that's what sometimes happens, Shannon. You'll see someone like Miguel throwing down what he does throw down the last one, and then psychologically you're saying to yourself, well, maybe I've got to match this guy. Do you think that's what's happening over there?
Yeah, it definitely could be. I mean, we're still waiting for that score to come through, and I feel like that kind of speaks to the, the size that it could be for the last of Sami Pupo. So Cole would have been able to watch that wave from behind. It's always a little bit tricky too, like looking back and trying to see what your other competitor is doing on a wave. You're just seeing the backside. So you may see massive spray, you may see them fly into the air, but you're not necessarily seeing all the technicalities. So scores come through for last of red, a 7.83, and I feel like Cole would have known that score was coming for him. Seeing him ride it all the way to the beach, getting multiple maneuvers strung together, and definitely that little bit of pressure and that anxiety starting to come into factor as far as what he needs to bring to the table.
So early advantage swinging out to Sami Pupo with 21 minutes remaining. Just reflecting back on those qualifiers, of course, from Hawaii, we did see Seth Moniz qualify a little bit earlier in the year, about a month ago. They announced his qualification, so he's ended up third on the World Qualifying Series, the fellow Hawaiian. Then you're looking down towards the Brazilians, Pedersen Crisanto on for the first time. Mendez re-qualifying via the qualifying series, and David Silva in 5th, 6th and 7th place qualifying. Here goes the line though, trying to emulate the victory by Zeke Lau at Sunset Beach just a few short days ago. Trying to do it for the Hawaiians. Big rotation there for Alves, but it's just a matter of time, Shannon, until he connects.
Absolutely, as we see live action.
Yeah, outside this is Pupo again, staying busy. He wants to drop this 4.77 from his scoreline as soon as possible and just heap a little bit more pressure on Alves. Locks in wave number 3. Bit of a slower tempo wave there for Sammy, so nothing really out of the ordinary. And I almost feel like we've become numb to those big airs because we've seen so many of them this event. There you go, this is the replay from Alves.
So he drives into this section, really gets a lot of rotation, but just isn't able to maintain that body control and that composure to pull it off. As we see Sammy up and riding out the back, big frothy wave, throws those fins out. He's got a lot of that kind of air on the surface, as you can see that whitewash is there to deal with as he's just cutting his fins through that foam. Continuing through the inside, so this is definitely going to replace his 4.77 and put a little bit more pressure on Cole Alves, but it's not maybe going to be something that reaches into that excellent range. But he's building a good campaign at this stage.
Yeah, that's right. The 477 definitely in jeopardy. I love the variety that he brought on that wave. And the thing about Semi Pupo, he's really the complete surfer. You can see he's filled out a little bit over the last 12 months. And he's really got that power game down on his back foot. He's got a beautiful frontside wrap. And then, of course, we've seen what he's done in the air as well. So a real complete all-rounder in Sammy Pupo. And a 6.5 he's just thrown down. So the pressure definitely on Alves now, looking for a 9.66. Plenty of time on his side. He's only a matter of time, like we said, until he lands one of those big rotations, Shannon.
Certainly is. So Cole Alves, we're just waiting for him to get something good on the scoreboard, but Sammy Pupo is riding once again.
Yeah, well, he's staying busy, the Brazilian. There goes the big air reverse, massive rotation, back foot comes off, but he manages somehow to get it back on his board again. Now we're still going on the inside. Watch him go for another one. Another huge rotation. That one is smooth as you like, and he is loving it. Mount Pupo has just erupted here in Taiwan. What an incredible combination of maneuvers.
Oh man, he's just having fun with it now. He's just playing around, seeing what else he can throw in the mix. So he was a little bit shaky on the landing of that first one, but the way he just strung those couple big turns together, threw in that last air reverse as if it was the easiest thing ever is just ridiculous. Here we go, driving again. Keep an eye on this. So he gets that good rotation. He nearly loses it. Somehow he manages to get back to his feet. And then throws a massive carve in. And then here we go on the inside. Just as easy as can be. His body in perfect positioning. Love that little claim. I'm loving the claims that we're seeing from these boys this week.
Two big air bursts. This is the first one. You see his back foot. Looks like it just came off, but he managed to hold on with that front toe of his. Get the back foot on the board. And this is the second rotation. As smooth as you like.
Oh man, fantastic. We've seen so many good claims this week from the kids. From the girls, also, Kira Pinkerton claimed 2 massive waves in her semi and in her final, and the boys are carrying the tradition through.
Alves would have seen and heard what just went down on that last wave from Pupo. We're just going to stand by on those scores. We'll see what the judges think of that first turn. Here's a replay of Alves' last wave.
Driving that first turn, I love it. Goes totally 12 o'clock. Manages to link this wave together again as it stands up on the inside. Puts in the air reverse, so there we go. Connecting some maneuvers together. That's what Cole needs to start doing. Great bit of surfing on those first few maneuvers. Gets a little funky on the end, but I like that he strung something together.
Yeah, that's right. He's going to get take some confidence out of that last score is Alves. And the good thing for him is that time is still on his hands. 1.23 will be dropped, and then he'll have a combination of scores that will be well above the 5.9 that he's currently holding on to. Of course, we still are waiting for that last score to drop in from Sammy Pupo, and that'll give us a better indication and some more context around those numbers. Judges just deliberating that one, but we saw a 9.6 thrown down yesterday for 2 air reversals on one wave. Let's see what the judges thought about this interpretation.
So 16 minutes on the clock. Coming up in our next quarterfinal, we have Kehu Butler from New Zealand, the Kiwi, up against Aiton Osborne from Ventura, California. So that's going to be an exciting one. 2 very contrasting styles coming into that.
Yeah,
game.
looking forward to this one. Kehu in his post-heat interview yesterday admitted openly that the airs are not his strong point. He's seen everyone going to the air. He thought, well, why not? I'm going to use my power. I'm going to use the rail. and he did it very, very well yesterday. He actually did do a big air reverse in the heat prior to that one too, so we know he's got it in his repertoire, but yesterday choosing to bring out the grunt, and it certainly worked for him. He's going to have his work cut out for him because Osborne can go to the air, but he's got a rail game of his own.
Absolutely, and I like where Kehu's thought is about that. Like, he definitely can go to the air, although he says that he can't. We've seen him do it and do it well. But I like that he was thinking to throw the variety in, rather than getting that repetitive, every surfer doing a similar maneuver, which is where we keep seeing those air reverses, which are excellent, and we want to see them executed really well. As we see last of Sammy Pupo, an 8.67, the judges loving.
Yeah, it didn't go quite as high as that 9.6 yesterday. I think that was courtesy of that back foot slipping off, and just on that first rotation, the big air reverse, and beautiful smooth surfing. But it doesn't really matter what happened yesterday. It's all about today, and the situation for Alves now. He is in combination land. A 5.67 for his last one, so he has posted his best wave of the heat so far. Here we go, live action. Alves staring down the barrel of a 16.5 combination, up and over that floater. Body language suggests there's no more opportunity for him. He gets out. So, two questions for you, Shannon. As far as Alves is concerned, from his mental point of view now, he's basically under halfway to go, and he's in a combination. How does he dig himself out of this hole?
He definitely needs to just hit restart. He needs to get out to the back line, wait for a wave that's hopefully going to open up. Of course, it seems like it has been really difficult to read waves this morning. Even Sammy's kind of lucked into some of those waves that have opened up for him on the inside after getting those big air reverses out the back. But I would say to get those big scores, we're going to need Alves to lay hard into the rail and get a couple massive turns from the start. It's definitely getting that exclamation point on takeoff, either the big turns or that big aerial to land it, and then continue building. Where if they miss that opening maneuver, that big strong one, it's almost worth just kicking out and restarting on a wave.
All right, so great insights there from Shannon Hughes. The second question, Shannon, it's finals day. Surfers will need to surf 3 times today if they're going to be the world champion. How do they pace themselves going into a finals day? Because from a mental point of view, just knowing that it is finals day and there's so much up at stake, it can be mentally quite draining for these surfers.
Absolutely, and you don't, as a surfer, you don't want to peak too soon. So Sammy's doing fantastic in this heat, but he's now got to carry that consistency through, especially looking towards the semis if Sammy stays within the lead. I think just, sitting with whoever they're comfortable with, whether it's, Sammy with his dad, as we see that opening wave. Okay, so nothing too much on that one, just a little carve, but so we can see, Sammy maybe checking in with his dad. Cole, if he makes it through this, he's got his mom here. So connecting with that person that's their safe place and is able to keep them mentally in that right space, watching the waves and just kind of staying out of the sun as well.
Yeah, good points you raised there around the team around you. I think in surfing, in sport, and indeed in life, you rarely need to surround yourself with like-minded people that are going to tell you the truth as well. You don't want to just hear how everything
exactly.
is perfect all the time. You want to hear you want to have the hard questions asked of yourself. That's how you improve. That's how you grow. And a lot of these young surfers would do well to make sure they have a really great team around them. And obviously, once you see them go to championship to a status, some of these guys travel with big entourages from coaches, nutritionists, coaches in terms of the fitness side of things. So yeah, plenty to go into and consider once you make it onto that elite tour.
Yeah, there is a lot to consider, and it's great to see some of this crew getting into that mindset at a young age. But of course, as they start really making a career out of this, making a little bit more money, they're able to do that. They're able to pay, those coaches to travel with them, the managers, all those different people that come together as this team unit to back a surfer, even from the psychological side of things, maybe traveling with someone who is kind of that encouraging and that mental challenge, that chaplain kind of position for them, as we have a look at this recap.
Yeah, what a great start it's been here for Sammy Pupo, picking up where he left off yesterday, and that's a combination of airs and power. Likewise with Alves, love this kid's style. First time I've seen him surfing live, and great to see that he's here in the quarterfinals representing Hawaii.
So lands that air reverse, and then Sammy Pupo drops a massive score on this one. He comes a little bit unstuck, but manages to stick his landing and just slides straight into a massive hack on the inside, and then puts together the final touches. A very nice final touch. Throws in that little claim, and he scores an 8.67 for that one.
I love the claim. Just bring back the claim. I'm not afraid of the claim. I don't care if you're claiming 3-point rides, as long as it's in the context of the heat. And I just love seeing the emotions that these athletes and these surfers bring. I think it adds a lot of value to the sport. And that's what the folks back at home want to see. I know I want to see more of it. Where do you stand on the claim, Shannon?
Yeah, I'm a fan of it. I think, their surfing speaks for itself, but I love to see where their personalities come through with that as well. And not trying to just play like they're, there are athletes that are very serious and in that mindset the whole time, and these guys all take their sport extremely seriously. They're here to win a world title, but kind of to just see that humor and those personalities come out in the mix of it is really great.
The no-claim claims are pretty good too. Just the hands by the side, just to look back to the judges.
Just the standard John on any
exactly.
set at pipe, yeah.
10 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. If you just joined us, welcome to the final day of the WSL World Junior Surfing Championships. We are broadcasting live from Jinzun Harbour in the Taitung County, about 40 minutes drive from the city of Taitung. And of course, what gracious hosts and an incredible island this is, the nation of Taiwan hosting us here for this edition. The first time the juniors have been here. And it's been great to see all the action these last couple of weeks. Brad Bricknell here alongside Shannon Hughes from the call. We're going to crown a men's world champion today. We saw Kira Pinkerton in the girls crowned the world champion a few days ago, Shannon.
It was so exciting. Great final up against Keala Tamara Burnett, and it was really close between those girls, and there was this crazy exchange that went down right at the end. We had a restart at the start of the heat, so it ended up being from 35 minutes to 45 minutes because there was no waves for like 20 minutes straight. But there was this really exciting flurry of waves towards the end, and the girls were both linking in their 6s and their 7s, and it was really tight down to those last couple waves, and Kira Pinkerton ended up taking the win after being kind of behind for a lot of that heat. And just really well-deserved world champion. The first to bring a junior title home to North America, men's or women's. And it's a pretty prestigious title to bring home and put some encouragement. We've got 2 more North Americans in the mix here from Aiton Osborne representing the U.S. and then the Hawaiian. So that's a different, same country of course, but
don't
differences.
Tell the Hawaiians that. Big snap on the outside from Alves. Telegraphing the section, unfortunately, just gets stuck behind there. And no opportunity there for him, of course. Big news yesterday, the number 1 seed for the event, Joe Izuchi, the runner-up from last year, knocked out of the contest. And he will not see the final day out. However, his fellow countryman will in Yuji Nishi. He's coming up in quarterfinal number 4 against Matteo Serdi, so we'll see that later on this morning. 8 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Alves still trying to break down this combination. He needs a big score. Anything around that 6.51 mark will get him out of that combination. He'll then require a perfect 10. So for Alves, he's really looking for a pair of 7s to get him started, and then that'll give him a nice platform to strike for that big 9 or big 8.5 that he might need. Yeah,
it's going to be definitely come down to the wire here, down to wave selection and just channeling that inner pilot. If he can get into the air, as K.U. Butler referred to, all these kids having their pilot's license, then he can definitely put something big down. So just under 8 minutes on the clock, Sammy Pupo with an 8.67 and a 7.83 having the lead.
Yeah, well, this is finals day action, of course, from here straight into the semi-finals. We'll have a very short break in between semi-final number 2, and then we'll go straight into the final. And after that, we will be crowning our second last world champion of the year. As far as the WSL is concerned, of course, one more big matchup coming up at the Billabong Pro Pipe Masters in memory of Andy Irons' lay day called over at Pipeline today. Too much wind around. Those trades really kicking in, but certainly the waiting period is open, and it's a very much anticipated world title showdown between 2 Brazilians and an Australian, Gabriel Medina, Julian Wilson, and of course Felipe Toledo with an outside shot. So fantastic way to end off the professional surfing calendar.
It's going to be a really great event to finish off the year, and then the CT will only come back in April next year, so some changes to the calendar, and I think that's just really great for the heart of the sport moving forward. And it's going to be a really exciting year for 2019.
Yeah, that's right. Of course, the QS will kick off before that, as we see live pictures of here. This man will be on that qualifying series next year, along with his brother Miguel. 6.33 on the clock, 16.5 in the total heat score, and that's the combination that Alves is trying to chase down. I feel for him at this point in time. He's just come up against a guy that's completely in rhythm. He's carried the form over from one day to the next, which is often quite hard to do, Shannon.
Yep, and here we go with live action.
Yeah, well, here he goes again. He's been the man that's been the busiest. Big tweak on that air reverse. You can see how he just Wow, he really kind of tweaked that turn out. It's having a look at that one on the replay with 6 minutes to go. This is the great thing about having a combination lead, Shannon. You can really let your hair down.
You really can. Quick in and out for Cole Alves, so he's staying really busy. Cole's got now 8 waves on the board. So does Sammy, though. So both guys taking off on the same number of waves, but Sammy able to sink in those 2 big scores pretty early on. Cole Alves sitting with a 4.67 and a 5.67. Combination situation of a 5.0 for him to take the win, which means he needs 2 fresh scores on the board to be able to match up with Sammy Pupo.
Coming down to that terrifying 5-minute mark. Here's that replay, Shannon.
So he launches into the air, does that little rail grab, just lands a little bit too far behind the foam. He can't get that projection down into the flats.
Yeah, it's a good call there. Just the projection, just letting him down there. A lot of height on that turn, but just couldn't get down the phase, like you said. Some beautiful little wedges out there, of course. As we saw yesterday, mainly right-handers being ridden this morning, or only right-handers being ridden this morning. We saw Matthias Herdy find an 8-point ride that he actually ended up dropping from his top 2 on one left-hander yesterday. But there goes Alves, another right-hander. Foamy section, floats over it. He's just trying to get out into this open face. He's there now, clicks the turn, but again, just gets swallowed up, and you can just feel like the momentum just being sucked out of his 2018 campaign in this heat.
Yeah, unfortunately, great kid from Maui, traveling here with his mom Maggie, and he'll put a good strong run into the QS for next year. He'll be traveling a lot and gaining more experience, but he just hasn't been able to find the rhythm that he needs in this quarterfinal against the Brazilian.
4 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. It's Sammy Pupo looking very likely to be the first man booking himself a place in the semi-finals. And then one more heat win for him, and he'll have a shot at the 2018 World Junior title. It's a replica trophy of the World Championship Tour one, just a smaller version of it, so it's just a little incentive.
The junior version?
Yep, the junior version for these kids to aspire to get onto the Championship Tour. Of course, the winners here, Shannon, gets preferential treatment into some of those big qualifying series events for the first half of next year. Here goes Alves. Just floats the boat on that first section. You can see from the body language, he's just going, just could not buy a wave, couldn't buy a turn, and he's looking like he has admitted defeat here against Sammy Pupo.
Yeah, unfortunately, you can just see that bit of discouragement on his face. 3 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. And what I've really enjoyed about, these conditions changing as we see Cole Alves, he goes maybe to look for the air, doesn't quite open up for him, gets that little floater put in there, little turn. But you can just read it all in the body language. That really a great kick out, and he'll go down. But I really like the way that the conditions have offered variety today.
Yeah, totally right. Really surprised yesterday. The types of scores and the numbers that we saw, given the windy conditions, were definitely way above my expectations. And then great to see this morning. You can see a lot of texture still on the face there, but not as strong as yesterday. And it is always a bit stronger once you're out in the water, but certainly this is not hindering the world's best. Down to the final 8. This man, Sammy Pupo, will be booking himself a place in that first semi-final, and he'll be coming up against the winner of the next heat between Kahu Butler and Eitan Osborne. Just back to Alves for a second there. At some point in time, you just got to sit back and laugh and go, you know what, it is what it is. I did what I could do. It didn't go my way, but I walked away with the equal 5th in the world.
Absolutely. I mean, he's had a great run so far. He came through second in round 4 against Kahu Butler with a 12.20 heat total. He took the win in the Cole heat. Cole Hauschman against Cole Alves. Cole Alves took the lead in round 3 with a 14.74. So he's had some of those bigger heat totals. He has dropped some big scores all around, and he's just been a great face to have at this event. And here he is with one last effort.
Yeah, love his style on that front side wrap that he's got. You can see he's just going, I can't believe it. I've come so far. Would love to advance, of course, but with 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining and a big combination required, it's going to be a tall order for Alves. But like I said, it's been great having him around the contest site. Got a great smile, got a great personality, got a great attitude as well. And he would he can certainly hold his head high going home with an equal 5th in the world.
Absolutely. Not a bad finish to make it to the quarterfinals of the Junior World Championships as we see Sammy Pupo.
Yeah, victory lap here for the Brazilian. Big snap out of the top, drifts the fins. Beautiful frontside wrap, just showing that variety in his turn, but he doesn't have to push too hard because he's already booked himself a place in that quarterfinal, courtesy of that massive 2 airs on one wave again. He's carrying his momentum into finals day. We'll go down and have a chat with him shortly.
And with under 1 minute on the clock, he will be moving into the semifinals, meeting up with either Kehu Butler or Aiton Osborne, whichever of the two in the next heat. Take a liking to these kind of conditions today, and his little victory lap ride on the inside, he's going to be frothing to make it into the semis.
A little bit early here, you need to save some energy. We'll surf 3 times today if he does make that final. So with 30 seconds remaining, looks like Semi Pupo has called it a day. He's our first semi-finalist year for the 2018 edition of the World Junior Surfing Championships. And Cole Alves, well done to you, son. You can hold your head up high. You'll maybe try get one more little wave here, a little section to maybe go to the air again. Yeah, he goes on the outside. Quick up and over for him. And the body language tells that he has admitted defeat here, and great result for him. Equal 5th overall. Semi Pupo booking himself a place in that final. And it's finals day here at the Jinzun Harbour. We'll take a short break from the action. When we come back, it's going to be Chris Binns alongside Shannon Hughes from the call. I'm going to go down and have a chat to Semi Pupo. But don't go away, we'll come back with more finals day action from Taiwan Surfing of Open right after this.
From New Zealand, up against Ethan Osborne from USA. So again, the results from the last heat, Samuel Pupo getting the lead in red, so red moving to the semi-final, first semi-final of the contest. That was Samuel Pupo from Brazil. Parabéns. Congratulations as well to Cole Alves, stopping here in the quarterfinal, but still a great result. Nice surfing all the way there. Congratulations. This is Ethan Osborne, the surfer in blue from USA. An interesting start of the event with massive aerials all through the event. Ethan Osborne in blue from USA. Up against the informed Kehu Butler from New Zealand. Priority is now with red. It's a red priority. First of blue. 3.17. 3.17 for the first of blue. And out the back, the answer of Kehu Butler from New Zealand. In and out. He wants to keep his priority and choose the right wave to store high scores. 0.60 for the first of red. 28 minutes and 15 seconds to go. 28 minutes, 15 seconds.
我们现在在即将进行的是世界青少年总冠军赛8强赛的第2组比赛。那我们恭喜我们上一组来自巴西的选手 Shannon Hughes 可以晋级到我们的准决赛。那我们现在的场上。
Good morning, welcome back to the Taiwan Open of Surfing World Junior Championship action. We are down to finals time. Quarterfinal number 1 was just decided with Brazilian Sam Pupo on screen, winning through to the next round over Hawaiian Cole Alves in the water right now. Shannon Hughes, your favourite surfer, Kehu Butler from New Zealand, up against Aiton Osborne from Ventura, California, USA.
I will not be shy. Kehu's definitely made my week here. It's been fantastic doing some interviews with him. He's just such a good character, and it's been fun to see him around. And his surfing as well. I'm a big fan of power surfing. Of course, we can see now Aiton Osborne getting his campaign started. This came through as just a 3.17. Nice opening carve. Good snap right in the pocket on that second one. Floats into the air. Gets a real cruisy little ride out of that one.
So just a minor score for Aiton. Semi Pupo doing it very nicely in that last seat. Speaking of, we're going to cross down to Brad Bricknell, who is with man himself. Take it away, Brickers.
Thank you, Binzi. Samuel, it's sometimes really hard to carry momentum over from one day to the next. You had a massive day yesterday, and you've picked off right where you left off yesterday out there. Just talk us through how you felt in that first heat.
Yeah, it feels amazing to just keep the momentum going and just doing great heats every time I get the jersey on, and I feel like this end of this year I feel really comfortable and feel like I found my groove in my surfing, and yeah, I don't know, it's been working. I just want to keep focused for the semis.
Well, finals day today, you'll have to surf 3 times if you make the final. And looking at the draw too, Mateus Hurdy is on the other side of the draw. It could be an all-Brazilian final if everything goes your guys' way today.
Yeah, that would be amazing. Mateus been surfing really well, and he's definitely the one to watch this contest. And yeah, I don't know, just if it happens, it's gonna be really fun. We're like best friends, and yeah, hopefully it happens.
Okay, a bit of a personal question that I want to ask you. I'll do it on camera though. Seen a lot of air reverses at this event. I haven't seen any alley-oops yet. What's going on?
Yeah, I don't know. Like I like doing alley-oops as well, but just I feel comfortable doing the normal reverses. And if I got 2 big scores, I could try one and maybe get a bigger score.
Well, looking forward to seeing you for the rest of the day. Good luck for finals day.
Thank you.
Back to you guys upstairs.
Cheers, Brickers. Yeah, great to hear from Sam Pupo. His brother Miguel, he's been on the championship tour came on in 2011, so 7 years. Seems, wow, time flies. But yeah, Sam Pupo going to keep that lineage alive, you'd imagine. He's an incredible surfer, and he's done very nicely in this event. Today is personally shaping up. I think it's going to be a day for the red jerseys. The 4 standouts, Sam Pupo, Kau Butler, Rio Wider and Mateus Hurdy, are all top-seeded in their quarters, as we see Kau flying out of that one. 18 Osborne could be a dark horse for the blue team. He pulled off the manoeuvre of the event in his round 1 heat with that big varial revert, and we know that he's good in the sky. Throws up the big air reverse. Unfortunately, can't ride out of that one, so that'll be a minor score. Talking to Kau in the surf last night, he really feels like he's got a point of difference here. We just heard Sam Pupo talking about the aerials that most of the competitors are going to be going to when they need points. Kau definitely more of a power guy, keeps it on the face, lays it on rail. And just doing that, a little something here and there that can snap the judges out of, sort of, not the monotony, but if they're used to seeing the same thing over and over, all of a sudden something a little bit different sparks some interest, and the judges react to that. So Kau, definitely the power game playing in his favour here, and we've got great conditions on offer, big meaty sections that he can really lay his weight into and throw plenty of water around.
Yeah, it's going to be great to see how he gets underway. 23 minutes on the clock. These are 30-minute heats for our quarterfinals. We just saw Sammy Pupo take the lead over Cole Alves, so the red jersey going forward. You have it from Chris Finn's first, rooting for Team Red to make it through into the semis.
I didn't say I was barracking for anyone. I just feel like...
seems like that's where the momentum's running,
if you're
right?
a betting man, there's a reason why the top seeds are that way, because those 4 guys have really been the standouts over the entirety of this event.
And we will see how they go. Eighton Osborne having that long paddle back out. You can tell that sweep has come into factor. He's paddling hard, but he's almost getting pulled back on that little inside section. But Kau Butler taking off, man with priority. Just quick in and out. He's way out of backline, so he can definitely be choosy with those set waves.
Yep, Kau gave you some great insight into the sweep yesterday. I thought I was safe. I thought I was sweet as, but not even.
You said there's a lot more paddling than what his fitness levels were fit for, but I highly doubt that. These guys, they've been training hard. He's been getting lots of rest, lots of sleep in the afternoons as well. As he gave us that little bit of insight, there's some great interviews from Kau, so make sure to find them online somewhere. And he's definitely been the character out here this week at the World Juniors.
All right, opening scores all in. Nothing at all to talk about. Kau with a 0.6 and a 0.8. He won't be hanging on to either of those. Eitan has a 3.17 and a 1.27. He's our current leader, but 8 minutes done and absolutely nothing in the bank for either surfer. So Still basically a 0-all draw. Priority is with KO Butler. That's probably the most decisive thing on the scoreboard at the moment.
Absolutely. And thinking of things to look for online, if you're cruising around Instagram or anything like that, then make sure to look for Aiton Osborne's opening heat, round 1. To see that big spin varial, something along those lines. I don't really know what the consensus was for what it's to be called, but throwing some massive variety. And I think that's what Aiton definitely has to bring to this game. He's going for those big air reverses, which at this stage kind of seem repetitive. We've seen a lot of them throughout this event, and we want to see them go bigger and get that rotation down and the body positioning correctly. But he's someone who can throw those varieties of different types of aerials in the game, where Kehu's going to be throwing in that big variety of big turns.
Yep, most definitely. So Aiton with a deep, deep bag of tricks. We of course saw him compete in the Stab High aerial event in the wave pool in Texas, Waco. And then we saw him jump on a plane. There was about 5 guys who made the trip from Waco to Hossegor who competed in the Red Bull Airborne Series, which I believe is back on the WSL schedule for next year. So Josh Kerr's air show, he's taking it back to the days of his youth when he was a 2-time World Air Show champion and used to travel around with a bunch of party animal punks. I think the tour's slightly cleaned up its act since then, but it was really great to have those guys in France. They had a little bit of variety to the Quicksilver Pro schedule. Here's KO. This will be his best score. He only needs a 3.64 to move into the lead. He's done that already. Scything away at this one down the line and finishing nicely on the beach. So that is Kehu's opening salvo. 10 minutes done, 20 to run.
So waiting for scores to drop in for this of Red. Drives around that first section. Nice little foam climb over the lip to a second. A little wrap back into the pocket. Driving in under the lip once again. So this wave, lots of sections. It's a little bit chunky. There's a lot of, kind of differences coming in different directions almost as that wave continues to wrap down. But he definitely makes the best of it. So waiting for the score to come through. He drives into that first turn. Great projection, keeping his speed with him. Loving the slow down version. You can see that body language. Nice low center of gravity. Looking ahead to see where this wave is going to open up. Gets the most critical section there. Goes nice 12 o'clock. Throws a lot of spray behind him. And continues to the inside. And now live action with Aiton Osborne.
Yeah, looks like he's found himself a clean wall to go to work on. A couple of strong turns to get things going. But unfortunately things race off. So just 2 blasts there from Aiton. I like the second hook. He really laid that one over. Through plenty of spray. The offshore helps with the spray situation as well. It's strong cross shore from the north, and in the right hand as you're just sending plumes to the heavens. So there's the 2 turns for Aiton. All right, not opening score, but first decent score for KO Butler is a 5.5. That does give him the lead, probably only momentarily. Aiton now looking for a 3.14. A couple of quick turns for Aiton should see him tie it up, but KO really just the 1 score to his name at the moment. So 18 minutes to go, and the first borderline keeper of the heat goes to KO Butler.
So scores to drop through for this man in blue. Big paddle out the back. Lots of water moving around today as that swell picks up. That sweep picks up as well. The wind not too much of a factor compared to what we've seen the last couple of days, so that's really good. We knew that it would be a little bit lighter today, which is why we were holding off to run our finals in slightly cleaner conditions than what we had yesterday and on Friday. It's now Sunday morning local time, 7:45 a.m., and we should crown our new world champion by about 11 o'clock at the latest today. And it'll be an early wrap-up. We've had a long week. These surfers have been in the water so much that most of them can't surf without a wetsuit on at this stage because they're so chafed and sunburned that they need that little extra bit of protection on their skin because they have just been in the water from sunup to sundown for about 2 weeks now.
Yep. And yesterday with the wind coming up as well, the first time it's been a little bit chilly. There was definitely some wind factor in play. All right, a 4.67 for Aiton's last wave does indeed give him the lead. Still very early days, 17 minutes to go. A10 has a 4.67 and a 3.17. Kayhu Butler has a 5.5, needs a 2.34. So it's a slow but steady development of scores in this second quarterfinal. Up next in QF3, Rio Wider from Indonesia, who's been just tearing this week, catching thousands of waves and decimating all of them. He's up against Caleb Tancred, who's had a really interesting run to the quarterfinals. He's only surfed twice. He's in the quarters, so he came up against Ketut Agus from Indonesia and Lenny Jensen from Germany in round one. We had the computers go down. We had a power surge. Computers went out, and at that time it looked like Ketut had won the heat. Once the power came back on, it turned out that in the end Caleb had just snuck across the line, so he skipped round 2, and then in round 3 he drew Ketut Agus, who unfortunately had to withdraw from the event, so he got a walkthrough, and then he surfed for the second time in round 4 yesterday. Now we see him on finals day. So he's done it well.
He's had a slightly easier road to the finals day than what some of our other surfers have had. And Kayhu Butler also got knocked down into round 2. So he's had 4 heats already before making it into the quarters. Having surfed all of them and done really well for himself. So a few of these guys having had to fight through that round 2 after taking a loss in round 1.
All right, here goes Kayhu Butler looking to fight through to the semis. He only needs a small score to move into the lead, and he's done that. Still not going to be up near the excellent range like he would prefer it to be. So 15 minutes done. He's halfway through his campaign. He will be in the lead, but he won't be happy with where he's at. Still some work to do. To be honest, I think that round 1 loss of Kayhu's was probably a good thing. I don't want to say he was complacent, but he came in here, Australasian junior champ, feeling pretty confident, and that loss to Cade Matson, who he would later beat in round 3, really sort of gave him a bit of a kick in the pants and just snapped him straight into full game face contest beast mode, and he has not put a foot wrong since then. So, sometimes you need a little setback along the way to make you realise what's at stake. And Kayhu has looked razor sharp ever since. He's riding a JS Industries surfboard this morning. I know he swaps between them and Wayne Lowens, who's a Kiwi who, like Kayhu, lives on the Gold Coast. And, depending on the conditions, he's got boards from both guys. Obviously, he's enjoying this JS today. But yeah, his boards look good underfoot. His surfing looks on point, and he's doing it pretty nicely. Last wave is 6.07, so starting to apply a bit of scoreboard pressure to A10 Osborne. Kayhu's got a 6.07 and a 5.5. A10 has a 4.67. He needs a 6.9. Plenty of time remaining, 13 and a half minutes to go. That's Kurt Jacobs on screen. He's Kayhu's manager. He's been posted up filming all day, every day for about the last 10 days. Kayhu got here pretty early in the event. He was here for the majority of the longboarding as well, surfing around the fringes. Anytime there was a break in play, he was out there. And we saw quite a few of the juniors who've been eliminated still kicking around the event. It's not the easiest place to get to where we are, and a lot of people have gone, I can't be bothered changing my flights. Pretty damn good around here. Why don't I just hang out, watch the rest of the contest, surf where I can. There's waves up and down the coast. We drove around for about 3 hours yesterday without finding any, thanks a lot to the wind. Alright, here's a recap of all that's gone down so far.
Alright, so this is Kayhu's second biggest score so far, that 5.5. Gets a nice couple wraps strung together, and Aiton Osborne answering back on probably the better looking wave of this heat, but he's not able to connect in that third turn, just gets hung up a little bit. And then Kayhu answers back with this one, puts a 6.07 on the board. Nice big power surfing, just 2 maneuvers, but really capitalizes on that wave had to offer. And there goes Aiton Osborne on the inside, flying through a nice bowly section. Some of those smaller waves really wrap well on that cobblestone reef, where those bigger waves have still too much water underneath them. So a little bit more of a critical pocket for Aiton Osborne coming through the inside. We'll be curious to see how that wave drops through. He's currently sitting in second, chasing a 6.9, so we've finally seen a little bit of distance been put in there. Some of those bigger scores come through. Kehu's sitting with that 6.07 and that 5.5, so nothing near excellent yet, but at least getting out of that 3 to 4 range. Eitan Osborne will likely do the same with this last wave as we see the replay.
All right, so it comes hard off the bottom, up into the lip. Fun climb to get things going. Out on the face, that was a nice turn. That was the money turn. Plenty of water thrown on that one, and the big end section closer as well. Not done yet. Wrap around carve, so as you said, this one biting the inside track, giving him plenty of shape, allowing him to show off his repertoire as he slays his way down the line. And this will be Eitan Osborne's best wave with 11 minutes 15 to go.
So he's chasing something in the 6 range. I can't remember exactly what it is, but he may have gotten it on this one. Gets a lot of kind of critical turns thrown in the mix as we see Kehu answer back.
All right, he's a long way back on this one. He's going to have to put the foot down to get around, and he decides that he doesn't like it. It looked like it was going to be a clean green wall, and then it just got all sorts of frothy. Anyway, I would rather hang on to priority than deal with this milkshake mess, and Kehu is out of there.
Yeah, so he just flies around that first section, gets a nice check turn to set himself up, but then realizes that wave just goes flat. Some of those are really difficult to read out the back. You know, a lot of the girls were saying it in their final day of competition. I think on Thursday, that's where we started to see a shift in that swell direction, where before that it was really clean walls coming through. You could pretty much predict exactly where the waves were going to break, whether it was the left or the right from Monday to Wednesday. And then on Thursday, kind of midday, you started to see that shift where suddenly that wave wasn't breaking where you thought it was going to, and things were moving around a bit. And then that wind has really come into factor the last few days, so it's much more messy than what we have been seeing at the end of this at the beginning of this waiting period. Sorry. If you're able to tune in on the Monday or Tuesday to watch the opening rounds of our men's and women's, it was just the most gorgeous couple days of surfing that we have ever had. But these guys are ready for the challenge. And Eitan Osborne throws the fins out, rides backwards for a little while there. Can he get another quick couple turns in? Just comes down. So still waiting for his last score to come through, and now a second one. So waiting on 2 scores of Eitan Osborne. Kehu Butler sitting out the back with priority. He's going to be quite picky at this stage, I think, as far as wave selection goes.
Yep, he doesn't need to rush into anything, especially with priority. We saw him ensure that he kept priority on that last wave kicking out. So Eitan went to throw it around a reverse, got stuck riding switch for quite a way, and was like, you know what, I'm getting out of here. Sorry, stuck riding fakie, and got out of there. So that'll be a minor for Eitan. Still waiting on that second last wave of his. That's pretty important at this stage. 9 minutes to go. We're getting down to business time. Pointy end of this heat. Kehu Butler with a 6.07 and a 5.5 is our heat leader. Eitan Osborne currently has a 4.67, and whatever his second last wave was, anything over a 4.67 will bring down his requirement. Well, there it is, a 6.5. So Eitan has very much narrowed the gap with the best wave of the heat so far. He now only needs a 5.07. And this is an incredibly tight heat. No really high scores. Someone needs to grab themselves a bomb and break this heat apart and really give themselves some distance, because there's not much on it at the moment. A 5.5 6.07 Kehu Butler's best wave, a 6.5 Eitan's best, and then a battle of the backups sees Kehu marginally out in front, but only just. So 8 minutes to go, and this one is heating up.
Yeah, there definitely needs to be something bigger on the board for one of these guys to put some proper distance, and for either surfer to start feeling comfortable moving into the next heat. We saw Sammy Pupo in the previous one with the rhythm. He had an 8, a mid-range 8, and a mid-range 7 on the board by the time he finished, and he was able to kind of connect the dots and throw some big maneuvers in there to get scores that high. We can see Kehu now utilizing his priority.
All right, so the stylish natural footer from the east coast of New Zealand, Mount Manganui to be precise, is working his way down the line through plenty of water. Little Kelly Slater style nose wipe mid-face as well, and gives it a little cross-step floater to kick out of there.
He's been watching the longboarders too much.
I saw him do that last night as well. He flew out the back of a big closeout, did the cross-step on his way down. So Kay Butler showing that he's having fun out there, which is fantastic. He's been having a great time here in Taiwan. There's a huge Quicksilver contingent. Team manager Sam Griffiths has been herding cats all week long. There's about 15 kids under his watch. He doesn't have enough room in the various vans and cars to fit them all in. There's always rock, paper, scissors to work out who the couple are who have to catch the shuttle bus. They've been going to the driving range, hitting golf balls. They've spent way too much money playing the skill testers and the shooting alleys at the night markets. They're having a great time. And Kay is tying it together right now pretty nicely. 6.5 minutes to go. I love the way his technique's just so strong. Eyes off the lip. Opens the shoulders. Beautiful style through. Keeps the arms high. Keeps his board out of the water. And does it really nicely as he's working his way down the line right now.
Yeah, really throwing a lot of power into those turns. Great body positioning. He scores a 7.5 for this wave as he just puts the smashing touch on this end section. Looking a bit like Zeke Lau, who just won the Vans World Cup in Hawaii, and he'll be feeling good. So that's finally that distance that we've been talking about. Kay Butler has set himself apart. Eitan Osborne now chasing a 7.08.
Yeah. You'd imagine that Kay, who has a lot of support from sort of old school guys who are big fans of just powerful on-rail surfing. Kay has come out himself and said that he doesn't really have much interest in taking to the sky, although we've seen that from him in this event. He dropped an 8 in an earlier round for a massive frontside air reverse. He then got on the interview with you and said, I didn't know my fat gut could get into the sky like that. He's an incredible character. And he has been a fantastic addition to this year's World Junior Champs. He's competed a couple of times in the past without too much success. As we see him, well, Eitan has priority, so Kay can have a look at whatever he wants without risking too much at all. 5 minutes to go. Eitan Osborne now looking for a 7.08 as we see Rio Wider representing Indonesia. Surfer in red, flying the red and white flag. Coming in hot from Bali. He'll be facing up against Caleb Tancred. Those guys will have surfed a ton of heats together over the years. Caleb comes to Bali a fair bit. As we see Eitan Osborne, beautiful first turn. All right, he's on the hunt for 7.8. Drops the other shoulder and lays into that one. Big turn from Eitan, and we're looking at a good score right now. Bang! Gets plenty of release out of that. Sticks with it. Watch for him to punctuate this one down the end. And Eitan is alive. He's happy with that. 4 minutes to go. You'd imagine that is going to be close to the 7.08 he needs for the lead. So Kay Butler won't be happy with a 6.07 next to his name. 4 minutes to go. He now has priority. He needs to get himself on a bomb and open the shoulders and go get swinging.
He really does. That was a great wave from Eitan, loving the rail game and the power that he's thrown into the mix. That wave just really shaped up well for him as we take a look at this replay. So driving into that first turn, nice big open turn, gets around that section, puts a little bit of pressure on the tail on that one, big wrap in that top third of the wave. Just continues to unravel through to the inside. Man, that's definitely got to meet his requirement. He's chasing that 7.08, sorry. You can see that emotion coming through at the end.
Yeah, well, we've talked about how Kay is a power guy who occasionally can take to the sky. Eitan has been talked up as an aerialist, and now he is laying it on rail and doing some serious work on the face. He's chasing a 7.08. You'd imagine that this has got to be right there. Beautiful surfing from the Ventura local. Of course, there's another well-known wave called Rincon right down the road from Ventura. So right-hand point breaks are obviously a strong part of Eitan's wheelhouse. He's looking right at home. That little bit of a hang-up on that one turn will be the only sort of cause for any reason why the judges might go, yeah, we'll not knock that turn out, but still the rest of the wave was incredible. So Eitan Osborne, and he was feeling it. He's been fairly emotionless through this whole event. He's got a very casual demeanour. You see him shuffling around town and he'll say a quick g'day and high five you and keep going on his way, but there it is, an 8.33 Best wave of the heat by a mile, and he is in the lead. Keo Butler now requires a 7.34. He's already got a 7.5 to his name, so obviously he knows he's more than capable of it, but time is a big factor here with 2 minutes remaining.
You can see that excitement coming through in Aiton's body language. He slapped the water so hard when he heard that score from the beach announcer. Great to see that coming into play on finals day. This is definitely where it counts. He's done the hard yards to make it into the quarters. Now sinking in that 8.33. You can see the judges' scores across the board. One 8.7, which is a near 9, and that highest and lowest score dropping out. Those middle three averaging, as we see Kehu answering back. Gets a nice clean stop to open up with.
Yeah, it needs a 7.34. It's only an in-between size wave. He needs it to shape up down the line. He really needs to hammer this thing. Lets the tail go. That was a nice turn. Still, it's not the biggest wave. Lets the tail go on that end section, and he is out of there, finishing right in front of the tetrahedron pod jack things that line the beaches here. Was that a 7.34? It wasn't a big wave, but he threw everything he had at it. Whew.
I mean, one thing that guy does not lack is power. You can see it on any size wave as we check this replay. So just gaining some speed, going to that first one. Nice quick check off the top.
Oh, that second turn was huge.
Yeah, that was it. Continues through to the inside, so he really puts a lot of power into this, but like we're saying, the wave shape's really not there, the wave size is really not there, so we'll leave it in the hands of the judges to see if Kehu is able to get that score he requires. But with 30 seconds on the clock, Aiton Osborne is sitting out the back. Kehu needed to take off on that wave. He definitely needed to just get something down. Chasing that 7.34, a score to drop through for the Kiwi. And the Ventura local, that last wave of Aiton's looking like he was at the Queen of the Coast at Rincon in Santa Barbara, making that right just look absolutely beautiful.
All right, here goes Aiton. He would love to get rid of his 6.5 and make things a little bit tougher for Kehu. He's found a good-looking wave. He's got some snowboarding to do right now. Gets over that white watery section, and the hooter is going to go. Aiton's standing on his tail, eyeing off a section. Can't get a ramp down the line, so this score's not going to go into his top two. We're going to go on hold. The judges will take an age to figure out the last score of Kehu Butler. They're going to watch replays of about 20 different waves. It's come in at a 7. It is just short. So unfortunately for Kehu Butler, Aiton Osborne has taken the win, and finally some emotion from the Ventura lad. And that's good to see. He's through to the semi-finals of the World Junior Championships. He'll be taking on Sammy Pupo from Brazil. Commiserations to the Kiwi. Kehu has been one of the most exciting surfers here in Jinsun Harbour all week, but wasn't to be. Nonetheless, he'll take away a 5th place finish. All right, quarterfinal number 3 is in the water. Rio Wider from Indonesia, Caleb Tankard, the Aussie from the central coast of New South Wales. We're going to throw to a quick ad break. Don't go anywhere. More action from the Taiwan Open of Surfing coming up right after this.
With Ethan Oswald getting the lead in the last 2 minutes with an 8.33. Kehu Butler going second in red. Nice surfing from both of you. It's a really tight finish. 14.83 for blue and 14.50 for red. Congratulations, surfers. Nice surfing from you. Well done to Ethan Osborne, moving to the semi-final up against Samuel Cooper. And congratulations, Kehu Butler. I'm saying you don't go to the semi, but nice surfing from you all the way through the quarterfinals. And now in the seat with the priority, Rio Wider at the back in red. Stand by for the first of blue.
我们恭喜上一组的蓝色选手，来自美国的Ethan Osborne进入我们的下一回合。刚刚上一组非常的紧张啊，到最后一刻才分出胜负，由我们的美国选手进入了我们4强的比赛。这一组的比赛是来自我们的黄色选手的Rio Wider跟我们的澳洲选手。现在时间应该28分30秒。我们刚刚蓝色选手在一开赛就下了一道浪，我们现在给大家成绩出来，为大家分析。
And coming to the beach now, so in the next heat, the last quarter of the day, heat number 4, Mateus Herdi from Brazil and Yuji Nishi from Japan. As we have now the first wave of blue, first of blue, 7.67, 7.67, 7.67 for the first of blue, Caleb Dunford.
Good morning from beautiful Jinzhou Harbour, Taitung County, Taiwan. This is the World Junior Championships, last day of the 14-day Taiwan Open of Surfing. That is Eitan Osborne on screen. The Ventura kid is through to the next round. We're going to cross down to an interview with him and our own Shannon Hughes quickly. Chris Binns in the booth alongside Brad Bricknell. And wow, what did you make of that last heat?
Oh, what a clutch performance there from Osborne. Unfortunately for our favourite Kiwi in the event, he struggled, he battled hard, he was looking good. Just that big 8-point wide, the separator right at the end, and he fell just short in that last wave too.
Yeah, he did. He needed, what did he need? A
7.33, I think it was.
7.33, and he got a flat 7, so not quite enough. All right, here goes Caleb Tancred. He's opened up with a 7.67 for this wave, slamming it down the line. He's found this is the wave that KU needed, and it's obviously come about a minute too late. So Caleb Tancred from Avoca, Central Coast, New South Wales. He's part of the Glen Hall Surfing Academy, or Micro Surfing Academy. Great mates with Ace Buchan and Matt Wilkinson, and would love to one day follow in their footsteps and make it to the World Tour, as we see Rio Wader opening up with a huge lofty frontside air reverse. Just a 6.33, so it was just the one turn. Caleb Tancred, better of the opening exchange.
Yeah, well, a solid power surfing there from Caleb. He had the better wave in terms of the wave quality, and he absolutely made it count. And that's what you've got to do on finals day. You really got to step up a gear in these quarterfinals, because a guy like Rio he's an absolute magician above the lip. He's got a rail game as well, so he's a really well-rounded surfer, and Caleb really did what he had to do on an opening wave. Used the rail well, finished nicely, and yeah, excellent score there from the man from Avoca Beach.
Yeah, interesting comparison, those two scores. Rio took off one pump air reverse. He travelled about 20 metres, got himself a 6.33. Caleb's probably put in about 100 metres into the legs, turning all the way, plenty of flare variety, and just finishes a point and a fraction ahead. It's some interesting comparisons to be made there. Yeah,
definitely like what the judges are saying there. They're saying that they're going to reward that progression. They're going to reward that above the lip surfing, as long as it's done with that degree of difficulty that we've seen throughout the event. And that's saying that if you link a couple more turns, that the opportunity there to go excellent is wide open. So looking forward to this finals day, Binzi. The level of surfing over the last couple of days has been pretty mind-blowing, and I love the variety of surfing that these kids are bringing.
Yeah, we haven't seen much of Caleb so far, as I just explained in the last heat. He had a walkthrough in round 3, so he's only surfed twice in this whole event. By contrast, Rio's been here for 2 weeks. He has free surfed more than anyone in the world over that past 2 weeks.
More than you? Just. Maybe just.
I've been doing research.
I've seen the evidence this morning on the camera.
Rio's actually started giving me a few waves, so he's almost got his fill.
It's those puppy dog eyes of yours, Binzi. Those little blue eyes.
It's just being pathetic.
24 minutes remaining in this one. It is wider, 6.33 and 7.67 from Tancred. And finals day, man, I just can't wait. This next heat as well, Herdy up against Nishi. That's going to be another cracker. But like to see what Tancred's got here. Is from that hotbed that you mentioned, Avoca Beach. A lot of incredible surfers have come out of that zone. Ace Buchan, of course, Matt Wilkinson, Wade Carmichael just around the corner. So plenty of great surfers for him to look up to.
Oh yeah, I first met Caleb at Jeffreys Bay last year. Ace brought him along to the event. Ace, of course, has heritage in South Africa, so feels like a bit of a local. And, well, this is the sort of game he brought to Super Tubes for 2 weeks straight.
Well, looking like he's trying to mix it up there with some progression on that second turn. I just couldn't stick the landing that way. Sort of just lost a bit of energy. But Caleb's definitely got a nice power game. And while we wait on that time, we might throw it down to Shannon Hughes. Binzi, who's she got down there?
Yeah, Shannon with the winner of the last heat, Eitan Osborne, and he's looking pumped.
Thanks, guys. A10, that last wave, the power you threw into it was absolutely amazing. Talk us through it.
That was a really good wave, and I knew if I just did a couple good carves and linked it together that I could get a good score, and I just felt comfortable, and I knew I could do it.
Great, and I can see a little bit more emotion coming through in your surfing today. We've seen you slapping the water, putting that little fist pump in. How does it feel to have made it to finals day?
Really good. It's my first and last World Juniors, so I just want to make the best of it and do as best as I can, and let some emotions flow finally.
Of course, and what's been the journey for you to make it to this stage of competition?
Just I really focused on the Pro Juniors this year, and I'm just trying to have as much fun as I can with it, and just hanging out with friends, traveling, and just having fun.
That's great. And what are we expecting to see from you in the semis as far as surfing progression versus innovation?
I didn't do any airs in that last heat, and I got Sammy in the semis, so hopefully we can trade off some airs or do something cool.
Great. Well, we're looking forward to it. Anyone back home in Victoria you'd like to say hi to?
Just my family, brother, sister, mom and dad, Dave Latinsky, my girlfriend, just everyone that supports me at home. Thanks.
Well, keep up the good work. We'll see you then, and back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you very much, Shannon. A10 Osborne through to the semi-finals. And, his first and last World Juniors. That's really cool.
Yeah, I like what he's bringing to this event. He's almost a bit of a wild card in the sense that, he's got that air of unexpectancy around him, particularly with that crazy technical slob varial revert that he did. We eventually worked out what it was called. Benzi, you called it live on the spot correctly, straight up. But that's what he brings. I love the X factor that this guy brings to the event. So it's going to be a crazy matchup against Sammy Pupo, who's been a very complete surfer. As we see, this is our man from Indonesia, Rio Wider, on the replay. 6.33 and a 5.93. The thing I like about Rio, Benzi, he seems to have the ability to really read the situation in the heat. He knows what he needs to do. So when he needs to throw down the hammer, he absolutely can. But when he needs to surf sensibly, he can do that as well.
Yeah, he's a deceptively big kid, as we see a replay of Caleb Tancred's last wave. So that's just a 2. 5.93 comes in for Rio's last score, so enough for the lead. Caleb still with that 7.67. I would say at this point in the box seat, but Rio obviously is going to look to improve upon his 6.33 and his 5.93. Yeah, Rio's pretty big dude, and he's going to fill out more over time. He's got big wide shoulders. He can paddle like a demon. Really gets around the lineup, covers a lot of ground. You can be sitting next to him, having a chat. You ducked over a wave, and all of a sudden he's 20 metres inside you, taking off on a bomb. So he's got that fantastic ability that guys like, Gabriel Medina, a prime example of that as well. Owen Wright, just these guys who can get around the place, catch a lot of waves. And he's really good at reading the waves. He can, if it's going to ramp up, then he's happy to take to the sky. If it looks like it's more of a bowly section, he'll lay it on rail. When it's big, he can ride the tube, of course. He spends a lot of time on the east coast of Bali. I know he was at Lance's Right, HT's, last year when Taj Burrow was there for that enormous sort of 12-foot swell, and Rio was there mixing it up with one of his heroes, having the time of his life in massive, scary waves. So huge future, and he's so hell-bent on becoming a pro surfer and living the pro surfer lifestyle. A lot of the distractions of Bali don't distract Rio. He's happy to go to school and surf, and that's all he wants to do. Well,
that's those are the traits you're going to need to be a top-level elite athlete. That discipline's got to come into play. But what I like about him too is he's really brought a real happy demeanour to the event too. He's always smiling. He's always happy for a chat. But you can see beneath all that he's really quietly determined as well. So great future ahead for Rio Wider. And I spoke to him in one of those interviews about how important it would be for an Indonesian to win this event and then ultimately to make the tour. And you can see there's so much passion driving him for his country.
Yep, he also wants to just be the number 1 ranked Indonesian and hopefully represent them at the Olympics in 2020, which is a new sort of facet and an incentive for a lot of surfers these days. We're seeing a lot of surfers are suddenly digging up passports from obscure countries that their grandparents hailed from, and are looking at that angle to get into the Olympics. But Rio was born in Japan, lived in Japan the first, I think, 8 or 9 years of his life, but He is mixed Indonesian and Japanese. He goes to Indonesian school. He speaks, by his own admission, Indonesian better than he speaks English. And he is passionate about representing Indonesia. And it was really cool. He got through his heat yesterday. And the posts coming from, supportive posts coming from competitors from all sorts of countries around the world. So they all love him too. Here's Caleb Tancred representing Australia, the central coast of New South Wales. A couple of big hooks to get things going. He's sticking with this one. It stands up through the inside, bends back, and he blasts the tail out of that last turn. So Caleb only looking for a 4.59. I would imagine that he has done that. But Rio Wider can easily dislodge his 5.93 and upgrade his situation. 17 and a half minutes to go. This is the third of our quarterfinals. Up next, the guy who has without doubt been the form surfer of the event, Matthias Hurdy. He was scintillating yesterday in a couple of massive heat wins, was just throwing out 8s and 9s at will. He's coming up against, well, probably less heralded, but, you know, almost as equally talented Japanese surfer, Yuji Nishi. He's a really quiet guy, but super bubbly as well, always smiling, always pleased to see you, and surfs his brains out too. Powerful surfer, great style. All right, here's the replay of Caleb's last
just
wave.
like this, powerful surfing on his rail. Caleb Tancred, just a beautiful two-turn combination on the outside. He rakes his way down the inside over here, slammed this one down. So this is wave number 5 we're waiting on from Caleb. Remember, he opened up with a 7.67, the biggest wave score, biggest score of the heat so far. Backed it up with a 2.40. Here goes live action on the outside.
Yeah, so Rio, he's found a bigger wave, throws it up, manhandles that first section beautifully. All right, he's well on his way to a big number if he can tie it all together down the line. Gets a long way out on the face, draws his rail through a beautiful turn, and he's going to just carve his way through to an end section. Hope he can get a ramp. Nope, he is out of there. So
wow.
All the points are going to be for that big vertical foam climb floater combo. I really like that. That was powerful stuff.
Yeah, just the judges love seeing that first opening turn going huge, and that's exactly what Rio did on that one. But then he wasn't done. He had some clean open face to work with. Have a look at this one here. Big section. He eyes it up, straight up, almost aerial floating down the lip there. Then a beautiful carve back into the pocket. This is the power that he brings. And sometimes you feel is unassuming for this aerial surfer, but he's got the real deal. He's the real package, and a combination of and variety of turns over there. Wow, that was a great surfing. That's going to be a great score for Rio Wider.
I just love the way that he attacked that section. That was a big, meaty, chunky bit of lip that was coming at him, and instead of shying away from it, he's just gone at it, up and over, attacked it. Changed his game up on the fly. He was going for the Rio. It's turned into it almost like an aerial floater sort of thing, and then airdropped out of it as well. And
then he brings a power game on the shoulder.
Yeah, didn't put a foot wrong from start to finish. So that was really nicely done by Rio. So interesting to see where the judges go with this one.
I think
the
Rio
one move was where all the sort of points are going to come from, but he did tie it together nicely down the track. We see Matthias Hurdy on screen. He's coming our way in about 15 minutes time against Yuji Nishi, as we're waiting for last scores to come in for Caleb and Rio. Caleb's not waiting for his score. He's going to try and bank another one right now, up and at another critical section. So the two surfers in this heat going blow for blow. This is a great wave for Caleb. Wow, he's done that really nicely.
Rocks the baby
as well, if you don't mind.
Wow, well that is exactly what Caleb needed, because I really feel like on wave number 5, the previous exchange, I think Rio got the nod on that exchange. Bigger wave, bigger turn on the outside, and this is exactly what Caleb Tancred needed. His score dropping in, it was a 5.37. He jumps into the lead momentarily, but let's have a look at this wave. Squares off the bottom. Again, nice little tag to open up, but this is where the wave really stands up for him. Powers through that section, snaps this one back, and he gets a little bonus section on the inside, cracks that one, fins release, slides the tail out, and a solid finish, and this is where he just goes, boom, 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 rock the baby, puts it to bed.
Well, he's already moved into the lead with that last 5.37, but we have scores to come in for Rio and then that last wave of Caleb. 13 and a half minutes to go. Here goes Rio again. He's got a wall out in front. Is he going to take to the sky? Driving up, throws up a big floated lofty air reverse fluently out of that and puts it down on the brick.
There's the
throws
emotion.
the double shackers, or maybe he was ordering 12 of something, because a shacker is 6 here in Taiwan. and then gives it the big Z Cloud double flex pump claim as well. So this one is coming alive.
Here we go. Let's take a look at this one again. This is Rio. Just look at this section. He's going 140 zone over here. Hits it up. Beautiful rotation. So smooth, and then shuts it down with a combination of movers. And the judges, if they haven't eaten, they're going to eat that one up for breakfast.
Aren't they just? All right, last score. Second last score for Rio Wider, a 7.3. Puts him back into the lead, but we still have two epic waves from both surfers. You can see that one coming a mile off. He's flung it up into the strong cross-shore trade wind. And then what I like about that is there was no downtime, there was no fluffing around trying to recover. He just came straight off the bottom without missing a beat, straight up into the lip and hammered the end section as well. So this is going to be a good score for Rio Wider.
Yep.
But don't sleep on Caleb Tancred. He's got a decent number to come in as well. And with 12 and a half minutes to go, there's still a long time to run in this heat. Watch these guys just ramp things up as we get towards the semi-finals. That's the thing. This is a quarterfinal of a World Junior Championship. There's no time for building a house or banking 5s and 6s. Excellent scores or bust at this stage of the game. And Rio Wider and Caleb Tancred are doing just that. 12 minutes to go. Two big numbers to come in. There it is last for Caleb. A 6.83 puts him back into the lead. So the lead's changed about 5 times in the last 2 minutes. But Rio, looking for a 7.21, has just put together what could arguably be the best wave of the heat.
It's going to go excellent. I'll put my house on it. Two-turn combination. We've seen big scores being thrown down. I can't see this being anything lower than a minimum of an 8-point ride. And that'll put him back into the lead. And judges will take their time just to make sure they get it right. But the rotation was so clean. This is the one before that one. This is the 7.30. And this is the one now from Caleb. This is the 6.83. He's just bringing this beautiful power brand of surfing. And just looking for the shutdown on the inside there. Beautiful control there from the man from Avoca Beach. This is the one where he got a little bit stuck on the outside turn there. This is one of his earlier waves, 5.37. But then this one, big rotation. This is the 6.33 that Wider opened up with, but this is the latest one right here. Huge air, beautiful wafting reverse, straight there into the next turn. He had no option but to slam that second one down. And I can tell you now that Mount Wider has just erupted with an 8.83 and goes straight into the lead.
All right, there it is. 10 minutes, 40 to go. Caleb Tancred now needs an 8.47. He has priority. He's got 10 and a half minutes left on the clock. But yeah, beautifully put, Brickers. Rio Wider, an 8.83. Big, lofty air reverse. Just pushed it up into the breeze and let the wind take care of the rest. Stuck that board to his feet like super glue. And then what I love is the landing and then straight off the bottom. He didn't have to shuffle his feet. He didn't have to pet the kitty, get back up, lay back or any of that. Just seamlessly straight into his next manoeuvre. And it's just the best way to show the judges how perfectly you landed that aerial manoeuvre.
Yeah, judges love those combinations of scores there. Now this should free Wider up. This is where we've seen him spread his wings in other heat spins and really throw everything at it above the lip. So danger signs here for Tancred is obviously by no means out of it. 8.47 still keeps him right in the game with 9.5 minutes to go, but he's really going to have to just change gears and really look at his scoreline. The 7.67, his highest wave, he's got to go excellent now.
Yeah, well, the common denominator between Rio's two keepers at the moment, the 7.3 and the 8.83, both big waves.
Yeah.
And he really matched power with power. Caleb's two keepers, both long, sort of medium-sized runners. He surfed them perfectly, but the judges obviously want to see that done on the set waves. So there's a bit of an incentive there for Caleb to use his priority and make sure that he is on the bigger waves when they come through, and he just matches power with power, because at the moment he's tearing. He's so on rail and on point, but the judges just aren't prepared to go up into the excellent range because maybe they're saying, now we want to see you do it on a bomb.
Let's see something bigger. And I've got to say, one of the things about Rio has been his wave selection this entire event. He's been really on every single good wave. As you see, the Brazilian phenom, this is Mateus Herdy. He's coming up in the last quarterfinal. And the other point I wanted to make around Wider is his improvement in the last 12 months.
Oh, yeah.
Saw him for the first time 12 months ago, and I just feel like he's a different surfer 12 months later.
Yeah, well, even you go to the WSL page and his profile picture, he looks about 12 years old. Now you see him at the beach, and he's a big lad.
That is awesome. Yeah. 8 minutes to go in this one. It is wider out in front. And that wind, Benzie, definitely not as strong as it was yesterday. Forecast to come up around that 28 to 30 miles an hour. Yesterday was 35 to sort of 38, with felt like gusts of 50 miles an hour at some point with the whole tower blowing around in the breeze. And this event will be done and dusted before lunchtime today, crowning a new world champion.
Yep, so conditions pretty favourable in the mornings. The high tide's 6:20. The tide's ideally is high here at Jinzun Harbour, so that works out nicely. Winds have been a lot lighter in the mornings and getting stronger through the middle of the day, so that works in our favour as well. Here goes Caleb Tancred, and as if on cue, the wind really flares up. This one's getting a bit shattery. Nicely done. Throwing the tail out of that one. Putting the foot down. Widens the stance. Smacks that end section. So Caleb Tancred, can he get himself... He needs to go over a 7.67 to narrow the gap to first. Here's Rio again on another big wave. Beautifully into that first section. A karate chop out of the top. This one's not really cooperating with him so far. So he gets out of there. Sees Caleb out of the corner of his eye. Now we might see a bit of a paddle battle. Caleb's definitely got the lead. Has a bit of a look just to make sure.
Yeah.
Caleb is a pretty fit little dude. He's travelling with Chris Hayington this week, who is a two-time premiership rugby league player back home in Australia in the NRL. Massive unit walking around the event site, keeping the Groms in check.
He's the guy you want on your side when you're walking downtown late at night for sure. He's even been spotted out in the lineup, having a couple of surfs with the boys too, so it brings a great little dimension to Tancred's campaign here for the 2018 World Juniors.
Yeah, he's a really nice guy. But I would imagine when he cracks the whip on you, he's making you do a million burpees and squats and whatnot, then you're not going to argue with him.
Saw him actually a week ago. He was over in Hawaii training Matt Wilco and Ace Buchan, and he had to leave the North Shore to come over here to Jinzun Harbour to make sure that his young charge, Caleb Tancred, had some support. And that's a cool thing about travelling with a bit of an entourage. You really have some good people around you, and that's oftentimes can be the difference between winning and losing an event.
Yep, most definitely. It's good just to have a sounding board as well. How'd that wave look? How'd this board look? Get some instant feedback from people whose opinions you value. 5 minutes 30 to go. Still waiting on that last score for Caleb. This is the replay of Rio's last wave. I like that first little layback to get things going. Again, showing off a bit of variety. Up and over the foam on his second turn, and then the wave raced away. Talk us through this one.
Yeah, I just love the... just to your point there, the variety of manoeuvres this guy has. He doesn't seem to have any weaknesses that I can tell. Sometimes the guys who are really good in the air lack a bit of the power game, and and conversely, the guys who are strong on power aren't always the guys that can go to the air. But it looks like Wider has got every single trick in the bag in his backpack for this one. And of course, Caleb as well, just using that power game to advantage over here. He needs to probably go for those big aerial maneuvers if he's going to match Wider in this one. But certainly showing what he's got on the open face over here.
5.97, 5.97.
So 5.97 for this last one of Caleb. Just shutting this one down on the inside. There's the big release of the tail. Beautifully executed there. You can see his fins drifting. He's got to hold on with those two back arms planted into the wave face. Here he goes, live action again.
All right, well, this is a bigger looking wave for Caleb. Draws a beautiful first turn out on the face. Racing down the line. Now we're going to see the big alley-oop. Unfortunately, the wind grabs his board and says, nah, that's not happening. So Caleb Tancred, 4 minutes to go, back to the drawing board for the Australasian number 3 on the junior series. Interestingly, Caleb was the only guy who won 2 events. He took out the Sydney Pro and the Pro Junior in Cronulla. As we see this one just racing away. Had to go for something big.
Yeah, and we have been calling for the alley-oops this event so far. We've seen so many front-side air reverses, and just haven't seen a big alley-oop attempt. That's the first one that I've seen while I've been on the call, and that's exactly what Caleb's got to do. I just like the way he put the board on rail on that opening turn. Had to cut it a little bit short because he saw the section coming up, and absolutely the right strategy, just not the right outcome.
Yep, 3.5 minutes to go. Rio Waida now has priority. He'd be feeling pretty good about things. An 8.83 and a 7.3 to his name. He would love to get rid of that 7 and put another excellent score in the equation, just to really tighten the grip that he has on this heat. 3 minutes to go. Second last score for Rio, a 5.53. So that was the layback kind of finner snap to floater.
Well, there's that turn that he just cut short. A lot of power in that opening turn. Just eyeing up that section now. And instead of rotating around the air reverse way, he's going to try and kick the tail out here and just try to go for this big alley-oop. There's the kick of the tail. He rotates nicely, but the front foot just disconnects there and just probably didn't project further out onto the face enough to have an opportunity to land that one.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to respect the determination there and the thinking from Caleb, because if he lands that, you're looking at 9 points.
It's game on.
And you're back in the lead. He could have just gone up and jammed a big closeout turn, and you're getting another 7. So at this stage of the game, it's excellent scores or bust, otherwise you're going home. You've got nothing to lose. 2 minutes remaining. Caleb's going to stay really busy right now, move around the lineup. He'll probably drag Rio with him all over the place. He knows that he needs to find that wave that offers him the opportunity to really bank an excellent score and put himself back in the picture. He's having a look at this. Rio's like, I'm not falling for that, buddy.
It's a left-hander. There's no left here today.
It was a straight-hander. It didn't even have a left rattling off.
Yeah, that's right. So down to that last 90 seconds or thereabouts, it's Rio Waida in the driving seat. 8.47, not out of reach for Tancred. If he lands one of those big oops that he attempted on his last wave, it's definitely game on for him. And he knows he's got to get some separation here from Rio, but Rio quietly just prowling behind him like a little hungry lion.
Okay.
Well, he is. Look, he's not chasing him down. He's not trying to like wring his neck. He's just kind of just letting him know that he's there. Just
keeping an eye on him.
Just letting him know.
1 minute to go. And Caleb, I love it. He's getting around the place. He's found an inside runner. He needs to go crazy on this. Standing on the tail, stalling. You know that means he's looking for the ramp. Can he get the section? Wave not cooperating so far. Throws the big reverse and unfortunately goes down. And do his World Junior Championships sink along with his ship? 40 seconds to go. Rio now is going to catch a wave, probably just to get over to Caleb once again. As we see him work his way down the line. What's he got for us right now? 3 falls out of the lip on that first section. Still racing. Maybe we'll see one of your alley-oops turn up now. No, spins it the other way. Pretty emphatic body language to seal the deal on that one. 20 seconds to go. Caleb Tancred throwing a little shaka Rio's way. So the two guys, there it is. Great moment of sport. Great sportsmanship from the two lads. Caleb, unfortunately defeated, but definitely putting up a great showing for himself this week. And you can tell everyone he's ranked 5th in the world. That's not too bad at all, is it?
Not bad for a week in Jinzun Harbour. Of course, you see the emotion there. This guy really wants this victory, Benzi, and looking forward to seeing him coming up in the semi-final. The winner of the next heat will go up against him. Matthias Hurdy and Yuji Nishi's coming up next.
Yeah, well, he's one heat from a final. Here is Rio Waida, Caleb Tancred. That was a fantastic heat. Both guys just really going hammer and tongs, exchanging the lead a bunch of times. Matthias Hurdy, Yuji Nishi coming our way in the last of our quarterfinals right after this. Don't go anywhere. More action from the Taiwan Open of Surfing finals day at the World Junior Championships. See you shortly.
Okay, coming you in. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The heat is on. The heat is on. This is the last quarterfinal of the day, with Matheus Herdy from Brazil in red and Yuji Nishi from Japan in blue. Good luck, boys, and have fun. This is the last quarterfinal. one of you will go up against Rio Waida in the second semi-final. And after this quarterfinal, we go straight into the semis with Samuel Pupo in red and Ethan Osborne in blue. 29 minutes to go, and again, congratulations to Rio Waida getting the first place in the last quarterfinal with a total score of 16.13. The red.
所以我们场上是我们的红色的选手，来自巴西的选手，他刚刚要做了一个背上的一个旋转的动作，我们可以听到巴西这两个字标，他们会做很多空中的动作。我们的蓝色选手来自日本的金喜，也是我们表现非常好的选手，时间有来到28分15秒。
And welcome back to the action. There's Rio Waida on screen. He just took out the win in that previous quarterfinal over Caleb Tancred. So the Indonesian advancing into the semis. We are back with live action. My name is Shannon Hughes. I'm joined in the booth by Brad Bricknell. Brad, who have we got coming up next?
Yeah, big one here. Matheus Herdy up against Yuji Nishi. It's Brazil up against Japan. Of course, Matheus has caught fire the last 2 rounds. He's scoring regularly up around that 18-point mark and just under. And that's courtesy of some incredible above-the-lip antics from the young Brazilian. Of course, Nishi, a real little pocket rocket. He's got some solid thighs on him, and he knows how to use the rail. Big power surfer. He can go to the air as well. We're just seeing the first replay here of the opening wave. Just a 2.0 for Matheus Herdy. And you can see what he's telegraphing here. Obviously goes for that big backflip again. He's landed one earlier on in the free surf just a couple of days ago, and just mistimed that one. And while we wait for the action to get underway, we're going to throw it down to all his half Balinese anyway, Chris Binns, and he's got his main man with him, Rio Waida. Take it away, Lindsay.
Yeah, John McCuskey, Brad down here with the winner of the last heat, Rio Waida. Mate, that was a fantastic battle. You guys just kept swapping the lead. How enjoyable is it surfing heats like that?
I'm really happy to make that one, but I don't know, I just surfed the best I could and just tried to get the good score.
If you watch the replay of the heat, you'll probably see that wave selection was the key. Do you think that's a result of just how much you've been surfing out here?
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm already here 2 weeks, so I'm just find the right one, and I'm sure I know this way more than Caleb, so yeah, I just found the good waves and get some good scores.
And moving into the semi-finals, you already guaranteed yourself a 3rd place in the world finish. Pretty excited, or are you just focusing on trying to get through the final?
Oh yeah, it's 3rd place is better than last year at Kayama, so I didn't say much. I'm just gonna have fun and then try go big and have fun in the water.
Awesome. And there's been lots of support for you back home in Indonesia. Do you want to give a shout out in Indonesian to all your friends and family?
Yeah, for sure. Halo semuanya, saya senang sekali masuk ke semifinal. Dan terima kasih kemarin untuk message-nya di Instagram, komen, dan di Facebook. Dan ya, terima kasih. Semifinal, kemungkinan lagi 30 menit. Jadi, bismillah, kasih.
Epic. All right, mate. 2 heats to go. Good luck.
Thank you.
Back up to you guys in the box.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from Rio. Like you said, just trying to have fun in the water, and he's making it look pretty fun out there. He's definitely one of my favorites to free surf with. He gives waves away as much as he takes them, and he's always got a big smile on his face, so that's really great. And we've got a couple small scores on the board, but nothing too much so far, Brad.
Yeah, 30-minute heats. Matheus Herdy is going to be finding every single ramp that he can out there. We do know he's got a rail game as well, so he's also... he's been cracking away at these World Juniors for the last 3 years. He's looking like he's definitely put himself in his best position so far in those campaigns. This will be his last year for the Juniors, so he's really looking for a big win here. And of course, if he makes the final along with Sammy Pupo, it'll be all Brazilians. 2 of them still left in the draw. Of course, this is the last quarter final though, and he's got a solid competitor in Yuji Nishi to get past.
Absolutely, and this has been a great quarterfinal run. We've had one Indonesian who's still in the mix. He's in a second semifinal. We've got 2 Brazilians still currently in the mix. We'll see how Mateus goes in the water now against Yuji Nishi. We had one Kiwi who was knocked out to the one American, Ethan Osborne, still in the mix for semifinal number 2. We had an Aussie in the water, and he unfortunately just went down to the Indonesian, Rio Waida. And then one Japanese surfer and one Hawaiian. So the Hawaiian is out. The Japanese competitor is in the water right now. It's been a massive, just diverse field coming into the quarterfinals, and I've really enjoyed watching the different styles approaching this wave. The wave's really different than what we've had the last few days. Why don't you just give our viewers back home a little taste of what our conditions have been like so far, Brad?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we started the week with some beautiful, buttery, glassy conditions. My first impression of landing here at Jinzun Harbor was like, where am I? I mean, this tropical paradise, there's palm trees, there's big green mountains behind us. We'll come back to this in a second because this is our man from Brazil, Mateus Hurdy, live action.
It's a nice floater over that first section, driving into the rail, getting a lot of power on that second turn and the punch on the third. He'll kick out of that and get out to back line, so that's going to be the strongest score on the board by a long way.
Yeah, Hurdy just doing what he needs to do there. You know, you can get into that mindset of air, but there certainly are scores to be claimed here on the open face, and he's done that well in that last one to get a score on the board. Here goes Nishi.
All right, loving that drive off the bottom. Look at these bottom turns. They're just so perfect as he lines up for those good square top turns. It's a little check under the foam. So nothing massive so far, but he's definitely pulling together a great combination. He'll kick out of that one and most likely put the biggest score on the board that we've seen so far.
Yeah, very solid surfing there from Nishi, and of course you saw the size of the wave there, Shannon. So he's picked off one of the biggest sets of the day, and it was one of those right-handers that remained open, and no aerial maneuvers there for the Japanese surfer, but my goodness, he surfed with a lot of power and a lot of control, and nice flow between those turns. And you made the point about his bottom turns, those first 2 bottom turns. The second one particularly is so drivey off the bottom, and that's the key to good surfing. And then it sets you up for all those maneuvers on the open face or above the lip. So we'll break that down for you in a second, but it will be Nishi, I'd say, with the best wave of the heat so far. And likewise, at last exchange, both surfers' best waves. The first one, of course, by Nishi. Here we go. Biggest wave on the outside, just projects out of the lip there. This is where he gets that square, long, drawn-out bottom turn, and it sets up that second big snap, and then the close-out re-entry on the inside is not done, though. There's another bonus section over here, big section, just shuts that down with a little close-out off the lip turn over there, and contrasting behind him, this is Mateus Hurdy. He gets a 4.83 on this one, just a little projection down the line. That wind you can see picking up a little bit here this morning. Nice little 2-turn combination there. Love the rail work from Hurdy, showing that he's got that in his repertoire as well.
Absolutely, and like you said, that control is a massive factor when the conditions are like this. It's not clean and smooth out there as we had at the start of our waiting period. It's big, it's powerful. There's a lot more water moving than what we've seen the last few days. That sweep is really strong. A lot of the guys are mentioning that when they come out of the water. And that wind is really factoring in. So to see a surfer like Yuji Nishi just keep so much control in his surfing is really fantastic at this stage with these conditions.
Yeah, I mean, we had a surf here late last night, and when the surf started to surge, and while it doesn't look like it on screen, it really had a kind of a feel of Haleiwa out there. That's a big rip on the open ocean side, pulling you out, and then across the break from left to right of screen. You've got to keep paddling to try to stay in that bowl, and then there are those bowls that kind of bend towards you on those good-looking right-handers. So, of course, generally 2 to 3 main peaks out here on those clean days. A bit harder to find those ones today, but certainly there are 2 very clear takeoff zones. There is a bit of shifting within those zones. A 757 being dropped there by Yuji Nishi. Here goes live action.
And here he goes again. So racing around that first section. Will it open up for him? He's going to hit a jet, knowing that he would have missed those first couple sections. But Mateus Hurdy on a massive wave. Beautiful opening carve. Going in for the second. So putting that power surfing on rail. Nice little check off the top. And can he put the finishing touches? That wave goes a little wonky on the inside. Isn't going to stand up for that reform. He gets that little bonus section, as Brix has called it. One little turn there, but those first 2 huge turns are where the money's at.
Yeah, rides that wave all the way to the north side of the of that northern peak, right into that deep water where you can get the easier paddle out too. But what I love from Mateus Hurdy on that wave was the restraint he showed. You know, he's been getting big scores by going to the air, but now he knows, look, those sections might not be out there on the waves he's had, so he's just going to the rail, and he's showing that he's equally adept on the open face as he is above the lip. And I think that's very mature surfing there from Mateus Hurdy.
Yeah, really read that wave well. I'm loving that there is that size to it. You can see the wind playing a factor as well.
Yeah, nice big section. Look at this big open face carve there. Lovely style as he hooks that one back into the pocket. Some open face bump to deal with here. Tags that little section, not vertical. Transitional turn out into this section over here. Gets a bit fat, so he gets out of that. But so that first turn is certainly something that'll look great on the replays, and certainly he'll be looking for that photo come the end of the event.
Definitely one of those clips, one of those maneuvers to make it into a highlights reel, and he slams a 6.1 on the scoreboard for that last one.
Yeah, I think that's clever. Now he's got a nice little base to work with. You know, he's slightly in the lead. Nishi only with one wave. We're waiting. It looks like he might have a second to drop as we watch that last exchange. That there it is, just a 1.07. So Nishi in second, requiring a 3.36. It's been a bit of a slower start by excellent score standards. It is Nishi with the nod so far, the best wave of the heat. He's obviously hunting for that backup, and then those numbers will get a bit more context around them as the heat progresses.
And I had a chat yesterday with Keenan Roxpo, who's one of our judges. He was the head judge for the Longboard World Tour event, and he's on the panel now for the World Juniors. And he was saying that the judges are really going to be paying attention to those transitional maneuvers, how much control factor into it, where those bottom turns are coming through. And I think that's really reflective of where Yuji got that 7.57 from, is just showing his control between maneuvers, putting a lot of power into that bottom turn on these kind of funky sections where they don't get caught up on it, but he's really able to drive through. And that bottom turn, like you said, it really sets a surfer up for good surfing throughout their top turns in their rail game. As we see Mateus Hurdy driving in, he's looking for the barrel. He gets a little doggy door, gets the exit, and drives into that last turn. That may be it. Wow, what a fun wave. We haven't seen any barrels yet in this contest.
We haven't, and this is what happens when you're in form. These sections seem to follow you around, and Mateus Hurdy now starting to build up ahead of steam in this quarterfinal. He's obviously got to pace himself today. You can find that when you're scoring consistently up around that 18-point mark, sometimes the wheels fall off, but I think he's surfing a really constrained heat here. Love the maturity that he's bringing to this approach, and you can see he telegraphs us from the start, drags that inside arm, slows himself down slightly, but this turn, big layback, snap into that pocket, and shuts down a little two-turn combination. You see he's dragging that inside arm, releases it to get a bit of speed to come through that little section. Not a deep barrel by any standard, but our first one we've seen of the event. And again, this kid just showing the variety that he has. He's showing he really has no weaknesses. Big power arc there, laying out, trading that inside arm, and standing by for that score to drop in. So 4.83 is where he's looking to drop. And this is it one more time in fast motion. And closing it out. The judges love the big closeout turns, Shannon, though. If they can finish the wave with a big exclamation point, it leaves a good taste in the mouth.
That was great. I love that you said he just kind of telegraphed that from the start. He really set himself up well for it. These guys have been surfing all morning. They've been watching the conditions, and they would have been paddling over some of those peaks today, seeing that wave is pitching. And we see it on cleaner days where it really has a clean little hollow section at the top. As we see live action, though, Yuji Nishi answering back. It looks like the conditions are picking up. There's some great set waves on offer. Yuji just digging the rail in. Unfortunately, just gets eaten by the whitewash, but he's really putting it all on the line now.
Yeah, that wave just didn't look as steep as he maybe thought it was after that takeoff, and unfortunately just bearing the rail in that second turn and going down. So still looking for that meaningful second score is Nishi, and we're still standing by for last of red, Mateus Hurdy. Judges haven't seen a barrel. They're probably wondering what that was. They've got to look it up in the playbook. No, of course not. Those guys are the best judges in the world. That's why they're here. They know exactly how to score those. But I guess just in the context of the scale today, that's what they've been looking at. It's that square bottom turn that we know and love from Nishi. A lot of chatter on the face on this one, and he just tries to really force that second turn, maybe overpowering that rail a touch. and that's why he went and buried the nose on that one and didn't complete.
And a 6.5 for last of Mateus Hurdy, so coming through as his high score, getting that quick little cover up, followed out by a great closing passive turn. But like you said, just the judges comparing that to the scale today, seeing where that critical factor is coming into play, where that power, speed, and flow is kind of all coming together for one beautiful ride. And Mateus putting a 6.5, Yuji Nishi now chasing a 5.03 to take the lead.
Yeah, still a very close heat. We haven't really seen that that wave that blows the heat out of the water. Of course, Nishi is still holding on to the highest score of the heat so far, that's 7.57. So if he can back that up, he's really going to put some pressure on Mateus Hurdy, who hasn't had all his own way. He's definitely surfing a different type of heat, and that's probably due to the waves he's been catching. There hasn't been a lot of those ramp sections for him to go to the air, but he's definitely adapted his surfing accordingly and dropped a 6.5 on his last wave. So you can see his score's starting to build, and we are waiting on Nishi to really try and back up that 7.57. Once he does, we'll have a very, very exciting heat on our hands for the last 13 minutes.
All right, so that massive opening ride for Yuji Nishi coming from wave selection and from good, precise, controlled surfing. Mateus Hurdy's been a little bit more busy. He's had 2 more waves to the scoreboard than what Yuji Nishi has had, and he hasn't been able to get anything in that 7 range yet, but those 2 6s very solid at this stage of the game, and now he can build on that. He's got that solid foundation, put down the bricks at the foundation of the house, and now he can really start going higher.
And that could be a scary thing for Nishi, because once you have that foundation down, it definitely gives you a bit more freedom to go above the lip. And if that is a strategy, you go, well, in hindsight, very well played from Hurdy, just laying down that foundation early with some solid rail surfing and then going to the air just to really shut the heat down. So let's see how it unfolds in the next 13 minutes. Of course, priority is in play, and both surfers are side by side, so it will come in as a factor, certainly on this next exchange.
And Yuji Nishi does have one of the highest heat totals of our event so far. His round 3 heat, number 7, had a 16.57 heat total. So that would have been 2 8s or so on the board, and that's just a great bit of momentum running in to this quarterfinal. But Mateus Hurdy, as he said in one of his interviews yesterday, he feels like he's on the run of his life this month. He had that runner-up finish to Joel Parko in Hawaii in that second to last QS 10,000. As we see Yuji Nishi just driving in, nice slow approach, decides to kick out of that one. It's not going to offer him too much. So this is an interesting one. Mateus definitely has that momentum coming through and just that confidence overall.
Yeah, that's true. And just thinking back to those scores you mentioned, Yuji Nishi a couple of days ago was sitting second as on the high score leaderboard. We've seen a few big 9s being thrown down, so his 9-point ride probably dropped down to sort of 3rd or 4th on the highest waves of the event so far, but he's showing he's got the pedigree to lay down those excellent scores. And this is the variety that Mateus Hurdy is bringing, surfing a very different heat to what we've seen in the opening or in his last couple of rounds, certainly. And Yuji Nishi, wow, the power surfer from Japan's drawn out bottom turns, solid surfing on his feet. This guy knows how to close a wave down, and this is the 5.7 we got, but of course a 6.5 on this one, the first little tube ride we've seen of the event from the Brazilian. And then he lays down the hammer, extends that back arm around, stomps on the tail for a beautiful closeout turn. So the man in the lead, Hurdy with priority, Nishi second, still looking for that 5.03.
Really exciting surfing coming through in this heat. I'm loving the variety. Aiton Osborne mentioned as well. He went more for that power surfing in this heat. In his previous heat, in his quarterfinal. He didn't even take to the air, which is definitely not what we were expecting from him. So it's cool to see as those conditions change, these surfers, shifting their approach and looking to see for something bigger and more exciting for the judges. As we see Mateus driving off the bottom, getting a nice opening carve, and he'll kick out as that wave isn't going to stand up for him on the inside. Some of those inside waves really unravel on the cobblestones. Other ones go totally flat. I like his approach to just taking off to see what's on offer and laying hard into that first turn.
Yeah, exactly right. He's just trying to see what he can do to extend this lead. And oftentimes in conditions like this, you've got to just keep paddling and taking off in waves. Some of them will be obvious when they pop up, like that first one of Nishi's. It's going to be a good one. Other times, you've got to just take off and have a look. Certainly sometimes there are those little bonus sections, and as we know, the judges are throwing down big scores for those single innovative maneuvers above the lip. So nothing ventured, nothing gained there for Hurdy. He does lose priority in the process, but I just feel like with 10 minutes to go and the conditions like they are, it's probably not a mistake at this point in time.
Yep, so 10 minutes to go left in this heat, down to that bottom third. And this is where that pressure just starts to cook a little bit. We are in quarterfinal number 4. We have already seen Sam Pupo take out Cole Alves in quarterfinal number 1. In quarterfinal number 2, we saw Aiton Osborne take out Kehu Butler. In number 3, quarterfinal 3, we saw Rio Waida take out Caleb Tancred. So we already have 3 semifinalists on the board, and one of these boys will be moving through to meet up, and we'll be running straight into semifinal number 1 after this heat. After our second semifinal, we will be going on a very short break, just dependent on how much time our 2 finalists want to prepare. But I've got a feeling that today, with just how much excitement there is buzzing around the event site, they're going to want to get right out there.
Yeah, plus conditions are pretty fun out there, and these young surfers, 18 years and under, when you're that age, all you want to do is surf. Of course, it is about conserving a little bit of energy for this final heat. Of course, the world title up for grabs this afternoon, so really exciting day here, the final day of competition, and this is where the pressure mounts. This is where it's death or glory as you go through these elimination rounds. The final 8 surfers down to the final 4 after this heat. 8.5 on the clock.
So plenty of action in the lineup. It's been really consistent today, one of the more consistent days of surf that we've had over the last few. And a strong paddle now from Mateus Hurdy in red, streaking down the line. He's going to go set himself up, flies into the air, lands pretty clean. All right, so he's made it out of that one, and that's the first area that we've seen in a while.
Yeah, it is, and that was the opportunity to do it. You know, that wave certainly didn't allow any big open face maneuvers, so he just waited for the right opportunity, and he made it count. A nice little air reverse. A little bit slow coming out of that white water transition, but certainly that wave will be deemed complete, and we'll see what that does in terms of his scoreline. A 6.10 is what he's looking to drop as a 50k an hour wind blasts through the commentary box here. We're losing all our heat draws. There's live pictures now on the outside.
All right, our surfer in blue just streaking past, almost looked for that barrel section on the start, gets that nice big floater transitional maneuver, drives off the bottom. Wow. I love Yuji's bottom turn. It is so powerful. Sets himself up well for the top turn, and he'll get the kick out. So great controlled compact surfing from the Japanese competitor.
Couldn't agree with you more. The 5.03, the requirement, of course, that's before that wave number 7 gets dropped in from Hurdy. So that's that requirement. Might extend out, but he did really well here at Nishi. He saw what was coming down the line. So he had to cut that, make that first turn a real sort of transitional turn to make sure he got down to that next section, and then drew out this long bottom turn, which set up that crack off the top. So we'll have another look at that one, analyze it for you a bit further. 7 minutes remaining, another great exchange gone down. And the great thing I love about this whole event, particularly from the round 4 and quarters onwards, Shannon, there really hasn't been any runaway victories. They've been hard fought, tight contests, and that's what we want to see. Here we go. This is the replay now from Hurdy. Just you see no opportunity for open face turns. Goes for the air reverse. Lands tail first. Reverts out. And we'll take another look at this one. It's all about finding the ramp section. Where do you find the entry point to go to the air? So he waits for the perfect opportunity. Gets enough speed. He sees the entry point. There it is. Flicks that tail around. Widens his stance. Lands tail first, and that will enable the fins to bite, and then the board reverts around, and he's able to ride out of a fairly bumpy transition. Conversely, on the outside, this is the power game of Nishi. He has to get down the line streaking. He knows there's a big section ahead, so he's got to project over the section beautifully, then draws out the bottom turn. That sets up that big crack out of the lip for Yuji, and then a little carve back into the pocket to finish off that wave. So great exchange, 2 very different contrasting approaches, and we'll see how the judges dissect that. But we can tell you the big air, a 7.23, so that's put some pressure back on Nishi. He now needs a 6.16 on that last wave if he wants to go into the lead.
All right, so it's all coming down the last 5.5 minutes on the clock. Mateus Hurdy having a paddle around. He's got that 7.23, but we do have a score to drop in for Yuji Nishi, now chasing a 6.16. And that wind is definitely building in strength, and that may be why Mateus has decided to go for the air. We've seen it kind of building throughout this heat, even feeling it in the commentary box where Brad and I are currently sitting. And so that might start to change up a little bit of that strategy for our guys coming up in the semifinals.
Yeah, well, they'll all be watching pretty intently. Of course, we heard Eitan Osborne talking about coming up against Sammy. He was talking about going to the air because he knows that Sammy's really good there. So that's going to be a cracker of a matchup coming up next. But we've got a cracker on our hands right now too. Nishi just posted a solid wave, looking for a 616. Big floater over a solid section, but then that just set up a beautiful drawn-out bottom turn, which allowed him to crack a massive snap out of the lip with some big spray. And we're going to see contrasting strategies. Are we going to see contrasting scores? We'll find that out shortly as the judges really taking the time to deliberate. This is a pivotal moment in this heat.
4.5 minutes on the clock. You can see that massive set coming out the back. Surfer in blue does have priority. He's sitting in second, chasing that 616. Still waiting for last of blue to come in. And Mateus Herde has a look at this one. He's not going to get into it. That little funny kind of flat section on the top of the wave. But that's okay. He's still way out at backline. And our surfer in blue has a look, decides not to go. But he's dropped a 5.57 for his last wave. So great score, but not enough to get him out of that situation.
Yeah, I think the judges looking at that one by comparison to the 7.23. And also you've also got to put it up against Nishi's first wave, 7.57. So that would be in the comparison. And certainly it was definitely a lower score than the 7.57. I thought it might have gone a touch higher than the 5.57, but I think that's a first move. Maybe just deemed transitionary to get across the face, but really only one big major maneuver. Here goes live action.
So driving that high line to start off with, launches into the air, saw that one coming, and unfortunately doesn't stick it.
Big 540 attempt there from Mateus Herde. You see the whip in the air, massive rotation. The amount of speed he gets on those twists is phenomenal, and of course the wind assisting some of that today. But this is what this guy does, for his bread and butter. He's an amazing surfer above the lip, is Mateus Herde, and if he had stuck that, it would have been lights out for Nishi.
Wow, so 3 minutes on the clock. Mateus Herde putting it all on the line. Yuji Nisi just chasing a 6.16 at this stage. He does have the highest wave score of this heat so far. His opening ride was that massive 7.57 with just such good rail game coming through from a guy that puts a lot of power into those bottom turns, really sets him up well for the top turns. We've got some more wind coming into the booth here. 2 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. We'll be jumping straight into the semifinals after this, and it's going to be a very exciting finish to our day. We will be crowning another world champion, the 4th world champion to be crowned here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing this week.
Yeah, it's been a massive 2 weeks here at Jinzun Harbor. What an incredible place to come and have an international surfing event. Big thank you to the WSL and the Taitung County and Taitung City for having us. These guys have put on a great show, and it's a great country to come and visit. I've been blown away. I had different expectations, or probably very little expectations because I didn't know too much about it, but I've come here and completely been thoroughly impressed on all levels, from food to culture to hospitality to weather to scenery to waves, and of course the surfing's been amazing.
Yeah, it's really a special part of the world. So if you're looking for a good surf destination, make sure to check out this spot. The East Coast is just one of the most beautiful coastlines in the world. There's an incredible about 5 to 6 hour drive south of Taipei is where we're sitting. And it's just really, really lovely. There's a great national park on the way down here with probably the Yosemite of what Taiwan has on offer. If you've been to Yosemite in California, you know what the mountains are like there and how special of a place it is. So there's a lot of great things on offer in this part of the world, and we could not be here running this event without the support of the local government, the Taiwan government. Thanks so much to Justin, the mayor, and all the efforts he's put into it. But here we go with live action. 1 minute on the clock. Mateus Herde, a quick in and out.
Yeah, he's just hunting now. He's in a pretty good position, although it's not a slam dunk for him in this one. Nishi has certainly kept in touch, courtesy of that 7.87 that he opened up with. He's just struggling to find that solid backup. Only a 6.16 is the requirement. 45 seconds on the clock. He's got priority. Can he get a slot in the semi-finals here? It's of course Herde who's had all the momentum, but I like to think of Nishi as the quiet achiever. He's really gone about his business in a real quiet kind of way. He's definitely punctured a couple of nines out there, but he's almost being the guy that's coming under the radar into the semi-finals or quarterfinals.
Absolutely. I mean, he's a phenomenal surfer, and I wouldn't be surprised, even just counting down, if he's able to get that 6.16. It's not a big requirement, really, looking at the scale of things. but it's going to come down to wave selection, and he's just duck diving there. I think that is Yuji on the right-hand side of our screen. Still a little bit of that morning glare, but it's great to have some sunshine. There are some clouds in the sky, and we are counting down. Unfortunately, our surfer in blue is not going to have another chance, and that is it. Mateus Hurdy into the semifinals. So 2 Brazilians in the mix, Sam Pupo and Mateus Hurdy. Aiton Osborne from Ventura, California, and Rio Waida from Bali, Indonesia. We will be right back with semifinal number 1 just after this.
Goes to blue. It's a blue priority. Priority is with blue. Ethan Osborne from USA. Stand by for the first wave of red. Samuel Pupo from Brazil. Again, congratulations to Mateus Hurdy getting the win in the last heat. And we have the first of red dropping in 7.0. 7.0. Primera onda vermelho, 7 pontos. 7 pontos para a primeira onda vermelho. Primeira prioridade azul. First of red, 7.0. 7.0 for the first of red, and the priority is with blue. So there's 2 Brazilians in the semifinal, 1 guy from USA and 1 from Indonesia. That's the top 4 of the World Junior Championship. We got a crown, a world champion today, here in Jinzhou Harbor, Taiwan, Taiwan. 我们可以看到刚刚铃响了之后黄色选手立刻有追到一道浪，拿到了非常不错的分数7.33分。
And welcome back to the action. We just saw Mateus Hurdy take out the win over Yuji Nishi in quite a close heat, but we have our last semi-finalist making it through and now out in the lineup. In live action, we've already seen Samuel Pupo open up with a 7-point ride from Brazil. He is up against Ethan Osborne from Ventura, California.
Yep, and Samuel Pupo is he's going to be one of the favourites. We said before this round that we expected the red jerseys to dominate the quarters, and they did. They won 3 out of the 4. Of course, I put the kiss of death on Kahu Butler, who lost the heat that was in the water at the time. As we see Aiton Osborne taking to the sky. He said in his post-heat interview after his quarterfinal that he was looking to mix things up. He knows that Sammy's got the air game, and he was just hoping that they could trade blows and do something cool, I think was his quote, and it looks like he has started off with that mantra very much in mind.
And this is Sam's 7, so that opening ride we missed, and lands perfectly on that big air reverse. Nice big slash, and just drifts over the foam to finish off. So it is going to be the blast of the, I don't know what I'm saying here. Take us through this.
All right, well, this is Aiton on his opener. Got plenty of pop out of the lip right there. And that was a nice string of manoeuvres from Aiton all the way through to the inside. He's going to need a big score because Sam Pupo just dropped that 7 and didn't actually see the 7, so that replay was the first time that we'd seen that wave. I was not expecting that aerial to come along, so the judges are obviously keeping their powder dry. They know that these guys have plenty of room to move up the top end of the scale first turn. I love it when you attack that first section. That was a big lofty manoeuvre, and this is A7, so not even into the excellent range. So yeah, plenty of breathing room at the top of the scale. Why not? There's 25 minutes and change still remaining in this heat. You don't want to throw a 9 at the first wave that comes through and back yourself into a corner. And this is just a minus score for Sammy.
So this will be his third wave on the board, driving into the rail. Just gets eaten by that sea monster there, goes down. And as we wait for a score, so we're still waiting for that first of Ethan Osborne to drop through and a last of Sammy Pupo. We're going to jump down to the beach to catch up with Matthias Hurdy.
Thank you, Shannon. Matthias, I thought you set a very mature heat there. The first half, you didn't go to the air. You showed a bit of restraint and used the rail game. How did that factor into the strategy for that quarterfinal?
Oh, definitely. That was my strategy. I tried it to start really good. My first wave, I couldn't land it there, but soon I fell. I was like, all right, this is not working. I have to do, put two scores on my board, and then I go to there. So I got both 6. I got a barrel. I don't know where that came from, but yeah. And right after this, I felt a little more comfortable. Just a bit, because Yuji he's ripping, and he had a 7, so I knew that I had to do near to that, because this wave would be too easy for him. And then I landed that air, and then they gave me a 7, so I felt a little more comfortable, and I'm just right up. I was right out in his corner, because he's ripping, and stoked to be in the same.
Well, talk about that semi-final now. You're coming up against Rio Wider, who's also been one of the form surfers of this event. Do you change strategy going into a semi against a guy like that?
Me and Rio, we're staying in the same hotel. Definitely, he's the next room with me, and then we're all in the same crew. We're coming here with the Kiku boys, everyone, and then really not nice heat. I will keep with my strategy. I want to do my 2 good scores, and then probably will feel more comfortable after that. And Rio's surfing really good since the beginning of this contest. So I will keep my eye on him, and hopefully to make to the final. And then I'm cheering for Sammy now, and be incredible to compete with him in the final. So let's see how it goes. But first, I want to be in that final for sure.
All right, well, 2 each to go. We're going to let you go and get ready for that semi-final coming up next. Good luck for the rest of the event.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from Matthias. He will be coming up in the next semi-final against Rio, and that is going to be a pretty difficult one. Both surfers have been just on a roll in the last few heats of this event. But out in live action, Ethan Osborne has got a 7.63 for his opening ride. Just better Sammy Pupo's 7.0. And we've got a tight heat on our hands now.
Yeah, we sure do. Ethan, a 7.63. So the judges appreciating the fact that, sure, there was the big manoeuvre, but it was surrounded by plenty of other turns as well. Sam Pupo was more just the one big hit, then a couple of foam glances and out of there. So A-Turn getting the better of the opening exchange. Sammy Pupo has a 3.17 as a backup, so he is currently our heat leader, but A-Turn only needs to take off on a wave, really. Put together a 2.54 to move into the lead. Not that he's going to be looking for a 2.54 with 22 minutes to go. This is a semi-final World Junior Championship action here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing. He's going to be looking for something explosive, something that threatens or goes up into that excellent range. You got to feel a little bit for Yuji Nishi in that last heat. He had the best single wave score of the heat, a 7.57. He needed a 6.16. He needed a 6 for basically 25 minutes in that heat, and the waves just did not cooperate with him. He finished with a 5.57 was his last wave, so coming about 0.6 of a point short. And unfortunately for Yuji Nishi, he gets a 5th place finish. He won't be devastated with that. $2,250 isn't bad either.
Yeah, great surfing from him in that heat. I mean, he really strung together such a great opening wave and just couldn't really find that backup score That peak is really shifty. A little bit of luck is definitely playing into things today to see if you take off on a wave and it continues to unwrap, and you'll be looking good. As we see Aiton Osborne, little check turn at the start, driving off the bottom. That's the money turn. Beautiful surfing from the Ventura local, and strings together two really strong turns toward the end of that wave.
Yeah, so as predicted, the wind is starting to flare up. Our booth is ready for takeoff at any time. And, I just had that last heat off after I had a chat with Rio Wider. It was clear that the wind is starting to come into effect, and we saw the turns from Aiton there pushing it into the wind, but in the payoff is you get tons more spray out off your rails.
And with that, as we wait for scores to drop in for last of Aiton Osborne, we're going to jump down to the beach for a little bit of color action. Brix is down on the beach with our Junior Women's World Champion, Kira Pinkerton.
Yeah, it's amazing who you can find on the lower deck of the athletes area. I've just stumbled into Kira Pinkerton. It's our brand new world champion here at the World Juniors. Kira, you've been down at the event every day since you won the world title. Just tell us how it feels now after the dust has settled. Have you had time to process the fact that you are actually a world champion?
Yeah, it's definitely really amazing. I'm still kind of like feeling it, and I'm just trying to still process it a little bit, because I'm like waking up every morning, I'm like, oh my god, I'm still a world champ. And so I came down and watched the guys' heats and see who the men's world champ will be.
Well, who's your pick for the final day? We're going to go through, there's lots of live action out there, but who you've been watching, who's your pick for the win today?
I think either of the two Brazilians, for sure. They've been on fire. Samuel's been getting nines every heat, and Mateus is just like on a roll pretty much the whole entire event. So yeah, I think so.
There you go, guys. You've heard it from the world champ. She's picking one of the Brazilians to take out this event. Back to you.
Thanks so much. And great to hear from Kira. I'm sure that dust is starting to settle in for the young world champion. She was in so much shock on finals day. She didn't really know what to do with herself, but it's been great to see the girls hanging around the beach and going for surfs together and eating some local food. And there's just been a whole girl gang cruising around, which has been really fun. And now down here supporting the guys. And we got a couple other scores on the board. Here is a replay from last of Mateus Herde. Nice and lofty air. Sorry, Sammy Pupo. And just getting, a little bit caught up between the Brazilians. These guys surfing absolutely extraordinarily.
All right, so scores in Sammy Pupo's last wave was a 5.33, enough for the lead. Aiton Osborne's last wave was a 4.5. He needs a 4.7 to move back into first. Kira Pinkerton throwing her Californian mate, who's in the water and was bleeding at the time, and saying, I think one of the Brazilians might take out the event.
She did just throw him under the bus, didn't she?
Heavy.
Well, there's a little distance between where they come from.
Even if you think it, you lie.
You always lie. You always put the homeboy in. So Aiton Osborne from Ventura, he's just north of LA County, and Kira Pinkerton coming from South Orange County. So LA just dividing the two of them and where they live. Maybe a little bit of that, Central California versus Southern California coming to play. Sammy Pupo sitting in the lead with a 7 and a 5.33. Aiton Osborne with a 7.63 and a 4.5. He's just chasing a 4.7 to take the lead. And coming up in our next semifinal, we will have Rio Wida up against Mateus Herde. I did call that replay as Mateus. Just getting a little confused between the boys. There's been so much good surfing this week, and plenty of them taking to the air. But it's sometimes hard to differentiate who's who. But Sammy Pupo has been just putting on a wonderful show. He's really connected some great combination surfing. We've had multiple waves where he's gotten massive scores from doing 2 air reverses. One at the start, throwing a big carve in the middle, and then finishing it off with one as well.
All right, the surfing blue, Aiton Osborne has priority, cashes it in on this wave. It's a windy old affair. One turn, he's out of there, so that won't be anything significant in the final wash-up of this heat. 16 minutes 40 to go. The priority disc flips to red. Sammy Pupo with a 7 is looking to get rid of a 5.33 and really start putting the pressure on the Californian. Aiton Osborne still has the best wave of this heat so far, so a very evenly matched affair. Sammy taking off on a milkshake. Run us through it.
All right, so a little check under the lip. That wave probably not going to open up for much, although he continues with it. Tries to go a little lofty in the air there, and like you said, just really frothy milkshake opening up on the inside. Staying busy under priority, though. Aiton Osborne out the back. And he's still just chasing a small requirement, so nothing too much through on these last couple of waves. Still 16 minutes on the clock. We are running 30-minute semifinals, and we'll be running straight into the men's final after semifinal number 2, so make sure to stay tuned to crown another world champion. It's our fourth world champion to be crowned here at the Taiwan Open of Surfing. Just really thankful to the local government for supporting this event. It's been a great destination for us to travel to here in Taidong County on the southeast little pocket of Taiwan. And this event would not be possible without the support of Taidong, also known as Taiwan's Treasure. Just a gorgeous part of the world, and we're really thankful to have spent our week here.
2 weeks.
2 weeks, yes, that's right. Maybe almost 3 by now.
It's been an incredible couple of weeks. Beautiful part of the world. The locals are really friendly. There's a great atmosphere around this event and around the town. Donghae here, where Jinsun Harbour is located, is a really cool little surfer town. It's a blossoming surf culture around here. Plenty of locals in the water these days. We saw Rory McDonald, Pan Hai Sin, ripping in the trials, winning both the longboard trials and the World Junior trials. And he really took it up to Joe Azuki, the highly touted Japanese surfer, in their round 2 matchup. Would have won a bunch of those other round 2 heats. As we hear some roaring, Eitan Osborne looks like he's just stuck something crazy, so hopefully we can catch the replay of that. He needs a 4.7. If the reaction from the deck below us is any indication, he's got it pretty easily. Setting things up right now, he's just S-turning his way to the inside. He's seen the section, he knows there's a ramp down the line. Big rotation, beautifully done. So it's just a one-hit turn, but it was a cracker.
So drives into this, that one little check turn, kind of just to gauge his speed, gauge that line, driving into this area. You can see that he's eyeing up that section, gaining a little bit more speed, coming through it. The wave goes a little flat, but then he's able to just launch off of this ramp in perfect composure out towards the flats, gets a near full rotation, about a 500 as Bricks would call it, and lands so cool as can be. He's definitely the cool kid in the lineup this week. And with 13 and a half minutes on the clock, the 540 air reverse, big scores to drop in for Eitan Osborne.
All right, so he is looking for a 4.7. He's not, well, you would imagine he's done that pretty comfortably to move into the lead. It's just a matter of by how much. Plenty of time remaining. Definitely won't be any panic whatsoever for Sammy Pupo. 13 minutes on the clock, and here he goes. Has a look out the back and realises that there's nothing on offer in any direction. Gets out of there. He'll want to hold on to his priority. 13 minutes remaining. Still waiting on that last number to come in for Eitan, but the reaction from his peers tells you that that was a good one.
And Sammy sitting out the back with priority. Eitan with a big paddle. There's a lot of sweep to factor in today, as that wind and swell has definitely hit the increase. You can see Mateus Hurdy getting ready for the next heat. Listening to some tunes, feeling the groove, getting in that right space.
Yep, no stranger to the business end of big contests. We saw him make the final of the Hawaiian Pro at Haleiwa. Lost to Joel Parkinson, who is on his swan song Triple Crown. Hang on 1 second. All right, the last score has come in for Eitan Osborne. A 6.73 puts him into the lead. Sammy Pupo now requiring a 7.37. Very attainable for the high flying, incredibly talented Brazilian surfer, but 12 minutes ago, Eitan Osborne has a 7.63 and a 6.73, and he is our new heat leader. So one turn, 6.73 points for Eitan, and that just tells you the judges are pretty keen to see you link it all together with a few more turns and then a couple of statements along the way with those big explosive maneuvers, and they'll throw you an excellent score. Here goes Eitan once again.
All right, so driving paddle into this one. Projecting for that aerial once again. You can see him driving that high line, and here he goes, hits it, doesn't stick the landing, goes for a little rail grab, and just goes down in the whitewash. So that's not going to factor into anything for Eitan, but I like what you said there, Benzie, about connecting a few things together, getting that combination surfing, those combinations of maneuvers, throwing in the big airs, but linking together some turns Sammy Pupo has been on a roll at this event of getting that big air at the start, good one or two strong turns in the middle, and then finishing on another air, and that's where some of his excellent scores have come through. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see something like that come through in this heat. And Aiton already mentioned it in his previous interview that this is what he was expecting coming into this heat against Sammy, that it's going to come down to that air game.
Yeah, and he's gone for a cracker on that last wave. Need to check out the replay. That was either a bit of a cork 3 or maybe even getting close to a backflip, going the double grab, hucking it into that section, unfortunately losing his board as we see Sammy Pupo using his priority.
So just drives around his fellow competitor, just also feet come unattached from the board, and he goes down.
Alright, 10 minutes to go. Aiton Osborne has priority and the lead. Sammy Pupo hasn't really found his groove yet in this heat. He opened with that really strong 7-point ride, and since then he's taken off on 8 waves that have amounted to not much. A 5, the highlight of them all. But really needs to find the right runway, put the foot down and take off, because this is a semi-final. You're not going to get through with a 7 and a 5. You need excellent scores, and so far Sammy Pupo hasn't really gone close to that. Not considering some of the performances we've seen from him so far in the event. This one, the opening 20 minutes, a little lackluster from the Brazilian. You know that he can snap out of it and get things back on track. It's not going to happen with that one. So that is his 10th wave, another minor score. Aiton Osborne, at this stage you'd say he's the dark horse left in the event. He's well, he definitely hasn't flown under the radar, because he did the manoeuvre in the opening day that attracted the most comment for this event, the big front side slob varial revert, I believe. The internet is still arguing about it. But he's come in as the American number 4, I think. Sammy Pupo, has surfed in championship tour events before. He was a wildcard at Bells in 2017. He's obviously been around the world tour for a long time with his brother, a 7-year veteran of the tour. The bottom half of the tour, Rio Wider and Matthias Hurdy, have been 2 of the standouts from start to finish. Aiton Osborne, kind of really relaxed, casual guy from Ventura. Finally showing some emotion in his quarterfinal this morning when he strung together that couple of really strong waves, one in the dying moments just to really seal the deal against Kei Butler. And he said, yeah, I'm starting to bring some emotion into it. I really wanted to focus on the Pro Juniors this year. This is my first and last World Junior, and to get a result would be cool. Well, he's definitely got a result. Can't do any worse than finishing 3rd in the world right now, but at the moment he's got 1 foot in the final. If he can just play this last 8 minutes beautifully, use that priority to lock in something in the excellent range and really make life tough for Sammy Pupo. Sammy, of course, more than able of tracking down big scores of his own. Here he goes. It's not going to happen on that wave. So under priority, Sammy is doing what he needs to, staying busy, having a look at every lump that comes his way. If he paddles into something and it stands up, great, put the foot down, go for it. If he paddles into something, stands up and it's burgering out, get out of there ASAP, and that's what he's doing.
Yeah, he really has. He's already down to 11 waves in this heat as opposed to Aiton's 5. So he's definitely been paddling into everything. Maybe has hit his peak before this semifinal. He had a great quarterfinal this morning as that first heat of the day, and Brad and I were just discussing that potential of surfers peaking too soon and how they kind of find that good, consistent rhythm moving throughout a finals day, especially since we started with the quarters. That's 3 heats to get to the final. And what are your thoughts on that, Benzie, as far as those guys really taking care and taking mental care to continue progressing and to peak at the right moments?
Well, you got to remember they're juniors, so this is 18 and under, and they just have energy to burn. So it's not necessarily a question of the physical nature. Obviously, You're going to come in, get a bit of water, and make sure that you towel off. You're not going to get too cold today. The temperature, even though it's windy and blustery, air and water is about 25 degrees, so 70 something in Fahrenheit, and so that's not a factor. 3 surfs, It's an hour and a half. We can all surf for an hour and a half. And these guys, as long as they don't buy in too much to the whole adrenaline, psych up, psych down, and can keep themselves on a level playing field. And that's what their entourages are here to do. And they've got their routines. We saw Matthias listen to music before. You know, you'll see guys just sitting there with the towels over their heads, staying in the zone. You don't get to a World Junior Championships by accident. These guys are all incredible competitors. They've surfed literally thousands of heats in their lives. They know what they're doing, and today is not the day to experiment with anything. Today is to trust your instincts, know that you've put in the 10,000 hours to master something, and just let it happen without hopefully letting nerves come into play too much.
All right, so great.
Easier said than done.
Very much easier said than done. Great breakdown there from Benzie, but if it was us in the water, it'd be a very different story. Nah, it's really, really great to kind of remember that. You know, these are the juniors. These kids have so much energy. They've been surfing so much this week, and yet somehow they just spring out of bed in the morning, and they're just bright and early on the water out in the lineup, and they're the last in the water at the end of the day, too. So these kids really do just have energy bubbling over. And you can see it coming through in their surfing. I mean, they're still surfing to absolute heights at the end of an event of a couple of really long weeks on the road away from home. But also, they've got that entourage traveling with them. And here we go with live action.
Yeah, 5 minutes to go. Eitan Osborne stalling, waiting for a ramp. Really wants to send this one. Hits it, hucks it, and unfortunately cannot stomp it. So that's a swing and a miss. Priority now flips over to the surfer in red, Sammy Pupo. Eitan not hanging around. He's having a look at a little insider. Why not? The smaller ones can be a little cleaner as they get deeper into the bay. Now Eitan's going to kick out and watch Sammy Pupo take off.
All right, so driving past that first section, floats into the air, doesn't get that full rotation though, and just blown off the back. But that's okay. There's still 4 minutes on the clock. He is probably sitting a little farther out than what Eitan is, so he may be able to gain priority if he can duck dive this big set that's just taken Eitan out right there. And yeah, you can see that swell is really consistent. It's really building. Good thing these guys are on short boards, not the long boarders, and they'll be out to backline in just a snap.
Well, we've got an interesting battle to get back to priority right now because Eitan's a lot wider. Sammy Pupo is in the firing line right now, and there is that sweep that drags you inside the takeoff zone. So Eitan has definitely the clearer track back to the top of the lineup. We see both guys are going to be paddling from the right to the left of the screen because of that sweep that's coming from the north. And you can see just how much Sammy Pupo has been swept down the beach. But they have given priority to Sammy Pupo. He's a lot further out. Last couple of scores in. I think we've got all scores in and just a bunch of minors there, so nothing to worry about at the moment. Eitan Osborne with a 7.63 and a 6.73 in the lead. Only 3 minutes to go. Sam Pupo needs a 7.37. He's more than capable, and he has priority. He just needs to find the wave that's going to give him the opportunity. Here goes Eitan. He's not going to sit on his laurels. He won't be happy with a 6.73 in his tally at the moment. He wants to upgrade that one.
So super consistent out the back. I mean, just look at those peaks coming through. Will definitely be interesting to see if one of them has that nice open face, that good steep face though, not just those big flat kind of mushy waves that are coming through. Both guys deciding to dive that one. It really just shuts down on them. These bigger sets are continuously shutting down on the inside though, so really having to wait to see if a wave is going to open up. Eitan Osborne having a look here. He has a quick look, decides not to go with 2 minutes on the clock. Sammy still sitting with priority out the back. If Eitan can get something over that 6.73, it's going to put way more pressure on Sammy, but he is requiring a 7.37. That's a tough score to get, although we have seen plenty of excellence thrown out throughout this morning and yesterday with these big windy conditions.
Yep. I don't really know why Eitan felt the need to have a look at that one. It was not offering him anything at all. And he's still not quite where he needs to be out the back. Now we see him finally getting over next to Sammy Pupo. So he'll be keeping a close eye on him. The opposite of this heat, where we've seen Eitan catch half as many waves as Sammy, happened in round 3, heat 3, when Eitan surfed against Crosby Colapinto in the California battle. Aitan caught a ton of waves. Crosby not as many. Was left a little bit short at the end. All right, here goes Sammy Pupo looking for a 7.37. Flat turn to get things going. Needs a big section. Carves that one. He's got speed to burn right now. Up, lofts that one and goes down. And with a minute to go, advantage Osborne.
All right, well, he's really putting it all on the line, but he's not able to sync it together. Osborne with the paddle out the back. Smaller wave selection, but maybe it will stand up for him. Starts to shut down, and he's gaining some speed, though, working his way around these sections. Nothing on that one. Sammy Pupo with 45 seconds on the clock. Just ahead on the paddle. Maybe he's able to get out to backline again, have one more shot.
I'm baffled by Aitan's decision to go on that one. He's got priority. He's got the lead. There's 30 seconds to go. That thing never looked good. I'm not sure whether he wanted to try and get over to Sammy or saw something down the line. 24 seconds to go. Looking like Aitan thinks he's done enough. What's he got for us right now? There's the varial again. Can't put that one down. 15 seconds. Sammy Pupo needs a 7.37.
Well, it's all up to Sammy at this side. There is a little wave coming up behind. He's just going to be out of position for that one, and that will be it. So one Brazilian out of the mix. One Brazilian to come up in the next semifinal against Rio Waida will be Mateus Hurdy and Aitan Osborne, our very first finalist at the Men's World Juniors.
Wow. All right. That is, you would say, an upset. But that's been the story of Aitan's day. He took out the highly fancied Kiwi Kehu Butler in the quarterfinals, and now he's accounted for Sammy Pupo, one of the red-hot favourites on finals day. The Brazilian Aitan Osborne is through to the final of the World Juniors. We've got one more semi-final to come. Rio Waida and Mateus Hurdy are in the water right now. Don't go anywhere.
We already have our first finalist for the World Junior Championship, Ethan Osborne, going to the final. That was the result of the first semi-final of the day. Ethan Osborne in blue, going first up against Samuel Pupo from Brazil in red. Congratulations, both of you served pretty well. Parabéns, Samuel. Surfaram muito bem.
好，我们现在恭喜上一组 semifinal 晋级决赛是我们美国的选手。现在紧接着进行是我们第二组的 semifinal， 看谁可以拿到最后一张进入决赛的门票。
刚刚看到上一组在最后面的时间，我们巴西的选手追到一道浪了之后，尝试着做了几个很漂亮的 turn 之后 ，ending 的部分做一个air，可惜没有让他成功的 landing， 不然呢还有机会可以翻转。恭喜我们蓝色的美国选手伊森呢，进入到我们的冠亚军赛。我们这组的选手呢，有我们的巴西选手蓝色的巴西选手，那我们红色的 Rio 呢是印度尼西亚的印尼的选手。有没有机会这个巴西选手可以挺进到我们的决赛，或者是印尼的选手呢？看一下红色的印尼的选手上了一个 top turn 的飞翔，然后再接一个 way back turn 然后再跑到在维持非常好的位置有一个 ending 这道浪通过非常的扎实，然后有顶的动作虽然没有 air， 但是我们相信可以为他先拿下一个不错的分数，让他呢有信心的继续再往下面追寻更好的浪。
Back to the Taiwan Open of Surfing, second semi-final of the World Junior Championships is in the water right now. Rio Waida from Bali, Indonesia, up against Mateus Hurdy from Brazil. And a bit of an upset just then, Brad Bricknell. Aitan Osborne accounting for the highly touted Sammy Pupo from Brazil.
Well, he's just gone about his business. I was going to say quietly, but it hasn't been that quiet. He's thrown some incredible innovation and progression above the lip, but shown he's got the rail game to go with it as well. So, wow, yeah, I would have maybe picked the other surfer to go to the final, but it's a great job there, Aitan Osborne. And speaking about this one, we said off camera, this could be a final right here, Benzi.
Oh, absolutely. alongside Sammy and Kehu Butler, who was the first scalp of Eitan Osborne this morning. These two have definitely been the sort of red-hot prospects from start to finish. Matthias finished the year 18th on the qualifying series, had that massive result at Haleiwa, and is only here because he got eliminated from Sunset. He could possibly have qualified for the championship tour had he got a result at Sunset. Got bundled out early, which is beneficial for us because then he turns up to really ramp up the level here in Taiwan, and he's done that, you know, impressively from start to finish. He's a little bit on the ropes at the moment though, because first scores are in. Rio Wider opening up with a 7, so the Indonesian not scared one little bit of the highly fancied Brazilian. Anyways, right now we're going to cross down to Shannon Hughes, who's with the winner of the last heat, Eitan Osborne.
Thanks, guys. We're down here battling the wind, but capitalizing on the conditions. Eitan, how are you feeling moving into the finals?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. I'm ready. I'm psyched. I'm just psyched to make the finals, and just want to win.
Great. Well, you're linking your maneuvers together well. Do you feel like nerves are coming in, or you're able to keep that mental game well and strong?
If there was a heat to have nerves, it was that one. So I felt pretty calm, and I'm psyched. I'm not nervous. I'm just ready.
Great. Well, a second at least overall at the World Junior Championships. Take it easy. We'll let you get ready. But anyone back home you'd like to say hi to first?
Just everyone I said thanks before. My shaper, Mike Walters at home. Just everyone, thank you. Thanks.
Stoked. We'll get ready for that final. We'll see you out there, and back to you guys in the booth. Well done.
All right, thank you very much, Shannon. Eitan Osborne shouting out Mike Walsh from Channel Islands. Those boards are looking pretty good.
The thing I love about
Walter,
him,
sorry.
There you go. We'll go back to live pictures. We'll come back to that thought in a second. On the outside, this is Rio Wide to open up with a 7-0, a quick in and out. The thing I like about what he said there, Benzie, he's just coming across quietly confident. As you see Matthias Hurdy now snapping one on the outside.
Yeah, working his way down the line, hammering that end section, dropping the other shoulder into a layback, and it gets out of there. So nicely done by Matthias, chasing a 2.34. He's done that pretty comfortably. And we just saw Eitan there. He's riding the Channel Islands black and white, which was made for another fantastic Venturan surfer in Dane Reynolds. You can imagine Eitan growing up in the same hood as the great Dane.
Channeling a bit of Dane.
Would definitely be channeling a bit of the Reynolds spirit today.
Yeah, loving this opening exchange. Wider 7.0. Matthias Hurdy dropping what will be probably, you know, his best wave of the heat so far. We spoke to Matthias in this last post-heat interview. He was saying that I noticed that he took a really mature approach to the first half of the heat. He said that once he didn't land at first there, he knew he wanted to get a foundation laid down. So he went to the rail and, you know, he kind of let go a few air sections to get a few scores on the board, and then he opened up with a 7.33. And here he is doing the same thing again. Nice big snap out of the gates. He's really opened the shoulders on this one over there. Lays down the hammer for the little layback turn off that whitewater rebound, and locked in his second wave. Score still to come through for that one though.
So second wave in for Rio Wider, a 1.93. Extends his lead, but that's not going to be a keeper in 23.5 minutes time. Matthias 4.67 for his opener, waiting on that second score to come in. Matthias isn't going to wait. He's taking off on an insider. He's obviously seen a ramp down the line. Takes to the sky. There's the alley-oop that Brad Bricknell's wanted for so long. Rides out of it seamlessly. God, this waves look terrible from start to finish, except for the surfer on it and everything that he's doing. And he's still scything away, goes to the air reverse on the end section. So an alley-oop, a couple of big carves, and an air reverse on a wave that, to be honest, I thought looked absolutely rubbish when he paddled into it.
Wow.
And that's why he's one of the best surfers in the world.
Yeah, that's why we love what he brings to this contest. You know, is his last event as a pro junior. He's had a crack at this event 3 times, and now he's trying to find a place in the finals. He's up against a red-hot Rio Wider, though. But yeah, some great combinations thrown down there. The alley-oop wasn't the biggest one we've ever seen, but I like the variety, and of course 2 different types of airs on that last wave. We'll take a look at it again. This is the way that Bridges said looked absolutely rubbish, and he's right. But he manages to get out of the water there on that alley-oop rotation. Opens the shoulder for the rebound, and it still looks terrible this way, but he's making chicken salad out of this one. Big roundhouse wrap, and then he just pops the fins out for a little air reverse rotation. More a bit of a finner there, but kicks out of that one, Benzie, and he's definitely made something out of nothing.
Yeah, we see one of these waves about every 10 minutes. It just seems like it's almost they're flushing the lineup, and the wind has just created this massive amount of turbulence and white water and froth. And there's that one wave that just sort of sends the pool scoop through and cleans everything up, and then the rest of the set looks a lot better. But Matthias Erdi has finally converted one of them. He got a 5 for his second last wave, so he has moved into the lead. He's got a 4, 6, 7 and a 5. I can't imagine this will go... There's an in-betweener. We haven't seen the judges be too excited on rewarding the smaller waves. They want to see you attacking the bigger sections, but two very critical aerials along the journey. Well, the alley-oop was critical. The air reverse, as you said, a little bit of a flatter finner. So how do you pick this one apart? Score still to come in. As it stands right now, Rio Wider's looking for 2.67. He's just kicked out of that one. I wonder what he did up the top.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see. And Rio, like I said, we spoke very highly of him in our last time we were in the booth together around his wave selection. Here it is on the outside now. So there's a big snap out of the gates from the Indonesian. Another little power hack, the back foot stomp, and a beautiful third turn as well. So again, showing some variety there in his repertoire. Look at the wind up the face, so much chatter on there, but this guy is ploughing through it with that back foot attack using the rear wheel drive off his tail pad over here. And this is where he just stomps it down for a second turn. And then this is a very difficult turn here in the oncoming section. A lot of white water and turbulence to deal with. I thought he might go to the air over here, but he just cracks it over there, gets the fins released again. So critical surfing. And a good score to back up his 7.0. Still waiting on that last one from Hurdy, and a great little exchange for the judges to digest.
Yeah, really clever surfing from Rio on that wave as well. It did look like he was eyeing off that end section with thoughts of taking to the sky. He's read the play and gone, that section's not quite there. There's no point not sticking an aerial and not sealing the deal on this wave. And he's changed it to that big, really flared out finner. And he's done it really nicely. Here goes Matthias Hurdy down the line, not into that one. All right, Matthias, 6.17 for that white watery mess of a wave that, as you said, he made chicken salad out of. Yeah, the alley-oop and the air reverse were cool, but the wave was not, and he's got a 6.17. That is enough to give him the lead, but it's not going to be for long. Rio Wider needs a 4.17. And has a score to come in for a number of really critical turns. Rio, you know, we just saw Eitan Osborne riding Channel Island surfboards, probably the biggest surfboard brand in the world. By contrast, Rio is riding Luke Studer designs. Luke is a local shaper in Bali. He's an Aussie guy who has been ploughing the foam in Bali for a long, long time. He's got a fantastic relationship with Rio. You'd imagine these days sort of Rio and guys like Mikala Jones are probably Luke's #1 team riders. And yeah, I just love the fact that he's sticking with the local shaper and it's working for him because the boards are looking magic underfoot.
Yeah, of course, the tools of their trade, they have to have them dialed in, particularly as they have head towards that championship tour qualification. And you know, if you look at the kinds of surfing you have to do to be successful on that championship tour, you have to have the complete package. You have to understand the rail. You've got to have that power game, that rail game, that carve game, but you also have to be progressive above the lip. And I've got to say that both these surfers in the water right now definitely have that both sides of the surfing coin. They know how to go to the air. They're progressive. They can pull those tricks out of the bags when they need it, but they can also surf very consistently on the rail. And for mine, these are two of the most complete surfers coming up against each other in the semi-final.
Yep, and then Matthias, I'm pretty sure he rides for Pucas, which is it's a surfboard collective.
Yeah, up in Europe.
Yep, from the Basque Country in Spain, and just an enormous factory. It actually burnt down a couple of years ago, but it's such an incredible company. They were back making boards the next day. All right, score comes in for Rio Wider. His last wave, a 6.9. So that flips him back into the lead as first place just keeps on changing hands. Don't expect it to not do that a couple more times. We've still got 17 and a half minutes to go, and the surfers are finding their feet. Both of them will be looking to go up into the excellent range and really sort of take charge of this heat. 17 minutes 20 to go.
Yeah, well, this is where I think Matthias gets gets dangerous. This is where, the foundation has been laid. He's got a couple of average scores in the bag, and this is where we've seen him now at this very point in the last heat strike with a big rotation. So I think this is the time where Rio is really going to have to keep an eye on what Hurdy does. Of course, he's got his own game plan to stick to, but this is where I think Hurdy comes into his own, and that shows he's got a lot of mental fortitude too, to be able to absorb the pressure and then unleash the innovation when it needs.
All right, here he goes. He's looking to take to the sky, but it's not going to happen on that one. The wave just had a big ridge in the face, and he went, nah, I'm out of here. So priority is with the surfer in red, Rio Wider. He's got a 7 and a 6.9. 13.92 wave total with 16 and a half minutes to go. Currently, Matthias Hurdy needs a 7.73. Anything over a 6.17 will narrow that requirement. And we are very much down to the business end of the World Junior Championships. We've seen both of these guys surfing the last 2 years at Kiama, Bombo Beach, on the south coast of New South Wales. They both, Rio made the quarters last year, so when we did our post-head interview this morning, he was chuffed to make the semis and go from a 5th to a guaranteed 3rd, but he doesn't want to come 3rd. He is so hell-bent on winning this and flying the Indonesian flag.
Yeah.
And he's got a lot of support coming his way from Bali and around the world. Bali is just really one of the surfing's hubs globally. The whole surfing world passes through there at some point. They all surf Karamis, they all surf the Bukit. There's so many people out there who've crossed paths with Rio that the support for him is massive. All right, here he goes. The Indonesian surfer, he's racing down the line, and he had to force that one a little bit. That's not going to be a huge scorer. This wave's not cooperating with him so far, but he's going to lay it on rail. He does that, comes out of that manoeuvre with some speed, but that one never really, he was never in sync on that wave, Brad.
Yeah, interesting one. We'll break that one down on the replay. That first turn maybe just threw him off kilter a little bit. And just to your point there about Rio just really wanting this so bad, both these surfers have made it clear that they want to win this event. So one of these guys is going to walk away pretty disappointed in just about 15 minutes' time. And it's like we said before, this could absolutely be a final. Based on the form and the approach that both these guys have brought to this event, you wouldn't be bummed if this was the grand final. We'll stand by for that replay and break that one down for you in a second.
Yeah, Matthias feeding off the energy that came from his finals performance at Haleiwa, watching guys at Sunset, even though he didn't qualify, watching the spirit shown by guys like Jesse Mendez and Jadson Andre to re-qualify for the championship tour next year. Talk us through this one, Brad.
Yeah, this is that first section. He just didn't get the launch pad that he hoped. I didn't mind that second turn. It set him up for this beautiful pocket on the inside. Really pulled the rail around, but just a slight bobble through that. Quite uncharacteristic, really, for what we've seen so far from Rio. 6.9 is his low. It's not going to go into his top two. It's a 5.43. So, yep, the situation remains the same. Hurdy in second, still looking for that 7.73 now.
Yep, 14 minutes to go.
Second, blue. Blue needs a 7.73.
Yeah, this is the time for Hurdy to strike. He's got a huge array of turns. We see him try and stick a few backflips in the last couple of rounds. He hasn't made one in the event so far, but we saw on his social media a couple of days ago on the lay day, he stuck a little backflip out here on a right-hander. So we know he can stick those turns too. He showed the alley-oop variation on the air on that last wave, and we know he's got a big 540 on him as well. So let's see what happens in the next 13 minutes. I'm excited.
Yep, the Brazilians have experienced tons of success at the World Juniors. Pedro Henrique, Pablo Paulino won it twice. Caio Abelli won in 2011 in a surf-off against Garrett Parks at Burleigh Heads. Gabriel Medina won in 2013 on home soil, and Lucas Silveira won in 2015 in pretty epic conditions at Ribeira del House in Ericeira in Portugal. The one with Caio Abelli was pretty funny. There was 2 events that year. One was in Brazil, the second was in Burleigh Heads, and Caio got knocked in out and about the quarterfinals or maybe the round before. Didn't make it through to the final day of that event, so slept in, didn't know that he had any chance of winning a world title. And then as Garrett Parks came second in the final at Burleigh, it meant that there was a surf-off required to sort things out between Parksy and Caio. They had to go find Kyo, let him know that he had to surf a heat, and he had to get out of bed and pull it together, and he won a surf off and got himself a Junior World Championship in the process. All right, here goes Matthias Hurdy flying down the line. Great section and stomps it. And gives us the stand tall, hands behind the back, little shake of the head. He likes that. That's going to go into his top 2. Anything over a 6.17 would narrow the gap to first. A 7.73 will put him in the lead. I don't know if it's quite there, but...
Yeah, well, Busy, you got a 7.33 for a very similar aerial in that last heat, and it was around the same time he had a strike with the progression above the lip. So let's see on this one. It was a slightly bigger wave. Great section ahead of you. Got a big rotation in. From first view, it looks like he did spin 540 on this one or thereabouts. Let's have a look. Big telegraph. He knows what he's got to do. Whips it around. Does come around in a big rotation past 360 and the extended claim over there. He has that slow motion. What's that stance widen as he finds the launch pad, sets it up, whips that tail around, spins around, big rotation, comes around 540, almost textbook, and then he stands tall in the white water and just says to the judges, how do you like them apples?
Yeah, that was really well done, and he kept it low. He's projected more towards the beach, whether that's to try and counter the effect of the wind. As soon as you go up above the coping, you're really at the mercy of these gale force trade winds. And there you go, a 9.1 for Matthias Hurdy. So shots fired, and the Brazilian has leapt into the lead. We told you that the lead would be changing hands multiple times before this heat was done. Now Rio Wider has priority. He's looking for an 8.28, 10 minutes 30 to go. And here's the replay again, Brad.
Yeah, well, this is why there's just a lot of technical nuances to have a look at that wave. But the biggest thing is, he entered that air with a lot of speed, and then he landed nose to the beach, so indicating there that he went past the full 360 and landed super clean. So the judges are really rewarding that risk, and that's risk versus reward ratio paying dividends. A 9.10. Pressure now on Wider.
Yeah, we saw it in Rio's quarterfinal with Caleb Tancred. The judges will reward you for attacking a big section. They want you to be on the better waves, the bigger waves, and they want you to really try and manhandle sections, and that is exactly what Matthias Hurdy did on that last wave. And the aesthetics were just delightful, weren't they? That explosion as he landed, that was really cool stuff. That's video part worthy. And here he goes again, Matthias Hurdy. Another one of these white watery waves that don't look great, but so far we've seen him look past that to stomp some good stuff. Rail turns all the way down the line. Can he get a little bonus section on the end? He's still just chopping away at this one, waiting for it to stand up. Series of sizzling efforts. Now he's going to punt, throws it to the beach. Can he ride out of it? Just pokes the tail in and goes down. That was building up the crescendo to a big finish, but not to be.
No, but he really attacked that wave. It was a smaller one, like you pointed out, Benzie, and he really attacked every section. It felt like his confidence level just went up, and so did his aggression. He almost maybe pushed too hard in that last turn, but you can't discount how difficult it was surfing into the wind. It feels like it's picked up in the last 25 minutes or so, looking at that picture now.
It definitely does. We're about to get blown halfway to Taipei here. So 9 minutes to go. Still waiting on that last score to come in for Matthias. Anything over a 6.17 will increase his lead, but he didn't ride out of that last maneuver. It wasn't a massive wave, so not sure if that will be a factor in the final wash-up of this heat. This is the second semi-final, so there's only one more heat to run after this before we crown a World Junior Champion. Matthias Hurdy is doing it really nicely. Here's the replay.
Yeah, this is the wave. Had a lot of white water on the face, a lot of bump and chop to work with. But Hurdy trying to attack every section. Yeah, look at the amount of aggression that he's throwing into these turns. He's really fired up, but he's really aiming for something big down the end of here. This is what it's building up to right here. Big section, throws the rotation, and it just pegs that tail in on the completion. So this is live action now, Wider on the outside.
Oh, throws a big turn to get things going, but that's all that wave is going to offer. So he is out of there. He will hopefully, for the Indonesian point of view anyway, retain priority as Matthias has gone a mile down into the bay. Last score is coming in for blue right now. It's a 5.93, so not into Matthias's top two. Doesn't change the standings whatsoever. 7 minutes 15 seconds to go. Rio Wider still looking for an 8.28. He's more than capable of dropping these excellent scores. We've seen him do it from start to finish in this event. He knows the lineup better than anyone. He finished in the semi-finals last year when this was a qualifying series 3,000 point event, and was, by all reports, one of the standouts. Everyone sort of had him pegged for the win. Unfortunately, he bowed out in the semis, but with all of that experience out here, he didn't rest on his laurels. He turned up early in Taiwan. He was here before the longboard event even started, and he's feeding off the confidence that he knows no matter the different faces of this wave, and it really does change over the course of the day depending on tide, wind, swell direction, all that sort of stuff. It's a shifty peak. There's lefts that come into play sometimes. The wind flares up. You want to start doing airs. Rio seems to have all of that dialed in, and now he's going to have to dig deep and call on every last bit of that knowledge to see if he can hunt down the 8.28. Anything over a 7 will bring down that requirement for an 8.28. So with 6 minutes, plenty of time to get there on the strength of 2 waves, but he would love just to get a real cracker of a wave right now that allows him to drop something up around the 9 range.
Yeah, that's right. These guys are going to be surfing, would have surfed in all types of conditions over the week to become the world champion. Here we go, live action.
Yeah, Matthias Hurdy on the inside doing some work, staying very busy without priority. So he's working away at this one and sticks that aerial. Yep, gets the grab and rides out of that one pretty comfortably. Again, wasn't the biggest wave. And Rio, now he's claiming something, so we'll need to check out the replay and see just what's happened. We could hear some roaring from the deck downstairs. So the surfers, the toughest judges in the room, are they've been giving it up for the boys this morning. You know when something good has happened because they are tough crowds, but they're, it's honest feedback, and once they start hooting and hollering, you know that something serious has happened. So we've got a wave to come in for Rio and a wave to come in for Matthias. There's 5 minutes on the clock, and this one is very much a live ball game. Rio Wider, well, this is the replay of blue.
Yeah, nice carving to the pocket there from Matthias Hurdy. Little snap back here. This is where he gets the grab in on this air reverse. There's the grab. Lands tail first. Reverts out of it nice and cleanly. Small inside wave though. And for him to extend this lead, he needs a 6.9 or better. And this is what we missed on the outside from Wider. A little tag on that opening turn. This is where he opens his shoulders. Got a beautiful carving wrap there from Rio Wider. And then the punch, the punctuation, a big karate chop. That spray still raining down on the southern tip of the island. And 4 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Rio will not let this one die.
No, definitely not. So, last score in for Matthias Hurdy is a 7.17. Wow, he's upgraded by a full point. Got rid of that 6.17. He now has a 9.1 and a 7.17, a 16.27 total. That's huge, but it needs to be semi-final stage of World Junior Championship. Rio Wider has a 7. He's looking to get rid of a 6.9. He needs a 9.27. Don't think he's done it on that last wave, but he's he really played the course that was in front of him. He went from section to section. He came over a big ridge, found himself a new line, mixed up his turns from start to finish. He really handled that wave well, and he is looking to just get himself as close as possible to Matthias with that last score.
Of course, a man that's watching this here closely is our first finalist, Eitan Osborne. He's probably got a bit of an advantage here, Benzie. He's had this 30 minutes to really kind of take some time to rest, to hydrate, to watch his fellow semi-finalists go to battle here. And to win these events, it's those small advantages that can be the difference. But looks like Hurdy, he's caught fire, hasn't he? A big 9, a 7.17. Never count Wider out though. That's not going to be the 9.27 he requires. He's still got 3 minutes, so we know that pressure, he eats it up for breakfast. We can still see something big be thrown down here from Rio Wider.
So 6.3 comes in for Rio. Doesn't change anything. He needs a 9.27. 3 minutes to go. We're almost at Hail Mary stage, which is pretty exciting. It would be incredible to see Rio just really shoot for the stars and see what the result is. 2 minutes 40 to go. Rio has priority. He knows the lineup better than anyone else in this field. Can he call upon that knowledge knowledge to bank to find the wave he needs that gives him the opportunity to go up. You know, you need to start thinking these kind of clutch moments. You've just got to go for the 10.
Go huge or go home is the kind of scenario now with 2 minutes remaining. Wider with priority. Not too sure where Matthias is, but he's going to try get one under the hood here. Here he goes, live action.
Yeah, racing down the line, nothing on offer so far, and he is out of there. 2 minutes on the clock. Rio Wider, he's been pushed a long way south. There's so much water moving around with this wind. The sweep runs from north to south. It's not as bad as it was on the first few days of the longboarding when we had significantly bigger conditions, but it's definitely back in effect. As we see Rio looking to maintain perfect position at the top of the peak, coming down to 90 seconds to go, and you'd imagine that Rio needs to get there on the strength of one wave at this point.
Yeah, that's right. It's going to be hard to get 2 waves inside 90 seconds given the conditions today, so it's going to be a Hail Mary attempt if Wider can find a corner. He's had the magnet the whole event long as far as wave selection is concerned, so he'll be hoping it doesn't let him down now. He can certainly get the score. We know he's capable of it. He just needs the opportunity. Hurdy trying to still manufacture something under priority. Here he goes.
All right, watch out. 1 minute to go. Matthias Hurdy would love to get rid of that 7:17. It's not going to happen right there. So we're into the last mad minute. What can Rio Wider come up with? He needs something big, something really special, and he's paddling into a bomb right now. He's going to have to tee off. Not going to happen there. So he gets out of there. Will regain priority. 45 seconds to go. We're looking at about a 10-second period today, so no more than 3 waves, you'd imagine, left to come. What does this set still have for Rio? He's going to have to go on one of these waves. 30 seconds remaining. Drifts over the first one. Drifts over the second one. 20 seconds. Time very much the enemy for the Indonesian surfer right now. 15 seconds remaining. Rio is in motion. All right, don't take your eyes off the screen. Rio Wider looking for a massive score. Starts things off with a floater, and as he comes down, he knows that that's not going to be enough. And wow, what a heat. Matthias Hurdy with a 9.1 and a 7.17. Incredible bout from these 2 young men. Rio Wider, one of the standouts all week long. It's sad to see him go, but we're going to see a great moment right now. The 2 guys sharing a hug and a high five on the way in. Matthias Hurdy is your finalist, sends it up to the big man upstairs. He'll be taking on Ethan Osborne in the final. Oh, boy.
Wow, take a little breath, a little breather here. What a day it's been. Only 7 heats to run, and of course we've just finished 5 or 6 of them, and the big one to go. It's going to be Ethan Osborne up against Matthias Hurdy in the final. That man is going to have a little bit of a break, Binzi, to hydrate, to recalibrate, put some fresh wax on his board. Ethan Osborne has had a couple of heats to just sit down, process, and regain his thoughts. And talking about Ethan, he was saying before, this is his first World Juniors and his last one given his age, and what an achievement to have made the final.
Yeah, most definitely. And there's Rio Wider on screen. Didn't make the final, but you can just see him taking a moment to reflect on all that's happened over the past couple of weeks in Taiwan. He's an incredible young man. He's a brilliant surfer. We know that we're going to see a lot more from Rio in future. He's already finished in the top 100 on the QS in the past. In 2017, he came 96th. And we are going to see a lot more from that young man. We're going to see 2 young men in the final coming shortly. Ethan Osborne is up against Matthias Hurdy. Don't go anywhere. We're going to have a quick break before a 35-minute final decides your new World Junior Champion here at the Taiwan Open of Surf.
即将在多久？大概40分钟了，1个小时以内就要产生了。
休息15分钟之后会进行这个 final 啊，也是30分钟。30分钟之后，马上就会进行颁奖啊。然后期待我们这个黄县长的莅临。马上呢，这个颁奖的 moment 啊，也是我们其中的一个重头戏，会有许多的这个好朋友们一起来为他庆祝。
好，那待会我们进行20分左右的一个休息时间，是要进行决赛。待会进行决赛是有我们美国的选手伊森，还有我们巴西的选手。是。那会是8大战。是的，会是35分钟的一个决赛哦。那相信刚才一直有在关心赛事，所有朋友都有发现，这2位选手今天的脚感非常好，没错，表现相当出色，尤其是2位选手。在做一些 air 的动作，或者是一些高难度的动作，2位都做得相当的扎实。是，没错，相信2位选手都是很喜欢到空中去做动作的。是的，相信待会的决赛会非常非常精彩可期哦。所以在场的朋友休息一下，赶快上个厕所，喝口水，对，喝口水，赶快回到现场。待会我们即将进行我们的总决赛。是我们非常高兴在我们。final 的最后这一天呢，天气非常好，然后呢，虽然有一点点风，但是不太影响浪型啊，所以反而让选手们呢有更多的挑战。你怎么样在这样的浪况下面呢，调到好的浪型去做分数？你怎么样呢？做到了分数之后呢，不断的把分数往上提高，这都考验选手的基本动作，还有他们的经验。所以其实我们台东新增的这场赛事啊，算是非常有挑战的国际级的赛事哦。
And then there were two, Eitan Osborne and Matthias Hurdy, the Californian and the Brazilian, are your 2018 World Junior Championship finalists. We can see Rio Wider on screen, the Indonesian, commiserated by his Quicksilver team manager Sam Griffiths. Incredible performance from Rio, unfortunately coming up one heat short of the final he so dearly would love to have been in. What a heat that was we just saw, Brad Bricknell.
Yeah, incredible one. That could have been a final, as we said before. Just a big 9.10, 540 rotation by Matthias Hurdy getting him through. But you can see how popular Rio is here amongst his fellow competitors. Great respect here for this young man. He's got a huge future ahead of him. And you can see everyone getting around him. It's great pictures here.
Oh, that was an incredible moment. A huge ovation from his peers, his competitors. We saw Tim Hain, whose photographer does a lot of work in Bali and Indonesia, straight over to put an arm around Rio. And he's an amazingly popular surfer and an even more talented surfer. So he has a big, bright future that is far from the last we will hear from Rio Wider. But there can only be one winner. Is it going to be Eitan Osborne or Matthias Hurdy? Eitan flying under the radar through the last couple of days. Matthias, the opposite. All the spotlight on him. He's been blowing up, just dropping massive scores from start to finish. And we're going to have a quick highlights package right now. to the Taiwan Open of Surfing. It's been a massive 2 weeks. We ran the World Longboarding Championships, which were taken out by Stevie Sawyer from South Africa and Soleil Erico from Malibu, California. We are now down to the final of the men's division of the World Juniors. We saw Kira Pinkerton from California take out the women's earlier on in the week. The PA is playing We Are the Champions by Queen. So you know that we are very much down to the business end here in Jinzun Harbour, little town of Donghae. It's about a half an hour drive north of Taidong City. We're on the southeast corner of Taiwan, about 500 kilometres south of Taipei. Sort of a confluence of the South China Sea, the Philippines Sea, the Western Pacific, and there's been waves on tap for 2 weeks straight. All right, we've got 2 finalists decided, Eitan Osborne and Matthias Hurdy. We're going to look at some highlights right now of how these 2 men have got there. Eitan, less heralded from Ventura, California. Channel Islands sampler, and it's working beautifully underfoot. Sizzling variety of turns. Can do it on the face, can do it above the lip as well, with or without the grab. What have you thought about Eitan and Matthias' performances, Brad Bridges?
Yeah, we're just looking at this highlight package, Benzie, and just seeing the variety that both of them have. We know that both of them can go to the air, and seeing some of these replays here, we both know that they can go onto the rail as well. So I think if both these guys get the opportunity in this final, we could have a good old-fashioned slugfest. And hopefully we'll see some massive scores being thrown down from these guys, because what they're capable of is some incredible progression.
Yep, both of them. We saw Eitan earlier talking about his heat with Sammy Pupo, and he's like, it's going to require something big. I just want to go out there and do something cool. That was the 9.1 from Matthias that was really the decisive blow in his semi-final matchup just then with Rio Wider. There's a little left-hander on the other side of the harbour. And just while we are letting our 2 finalists sort themselves out, we are going to cross down to Shannon Hughes, who is with a guy who fell to Eitan Osborne earlier on in the day in the quarterfinals. Her favourite interview of the event, Kehu Butler. Take it away, guys.
Thanks, guys. Back with my favorite, Kehu. It's been a fantastic run for you so far. You made it into the quarterfinals, went down to Eitan Osborne. How are you feeling after that loss this morning, and then to cheer the guys on in the final?
Yeah, no, always gutted when you lose. Always hurts, but stoked to see the boys ripping. Everyone's ripping, some big airs going down, so it's going to be super exciting. I can't wait to watch the final.
And have you got a favourite going into it between Matthias and Eitan?
Oh, I love both surfers, got good rail and good airs, but I have to go for the fellow team rider, Matthias. Yeah, he's pretty special in the air and got pretty nice rail game too, so it'll be exciting.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much. We'll let you get ready to watch these guys and go back to you in the booth. There we have it. 1 for Matthias on the scoreboard.
Yeah, great stuff there, Shannon. Great to hear some insights there from our man Kehu Butler from New Zealand. Of course, he qualified first out of that Australasian region, the first Kiwi to do so, and great for him to come here and then stamp a great result there as one of the world's best junior surfers.
Yep, and interesting. Where his loyalties went there with Matthias. Often, you're happy if you're going to lose to someone. There's no shame in losing to the event winner. So maybe he could have found a reason to go for Eitan Osborne, but picking Matthias here. All right, we're going to throw to a quick ad break. We're all but ready to get things going in the 35-minute final of the World Junior Championships. Don't go anywhere. More action from the Taiwan Open of Surfing coming our way very, very shortly.
Amazing surfing all this week. We are 35 minutes to know who's going to be this year world champ. Blue between Ethan Osborne in red and Matheus Hurdy in blue. If you want to know, stay around. We're going to start shortly. Surfers have picked up their jersey at the dismount. They are ready to go. loop. We're going to start shortly. 45 and a sweep. And 3 goes right down. Good luck. 现场的观众朋友，我们待会马上在简短的休息之后，就要进行我们的总冠军赛 Final。我们的 Final 预计是有35分钟，所以现场的观众朋友，如果你们刚到场了可以稍微稍待片刻，我们马上要进行我们的 Junior 男子的总冠军赛。世界各地的好手过关斩将一路打到我们的冠军赛，由我们的美国的伊森对上来自巴西的选手所以待会会相当的精彩。在final结束之后呢，我们会进行我们的颁奖典礼，在我们的舞台的旁边呢。
Welcome back to the World Junior Championships. 1 heat to go. It is the final between Eitan Osborne from Ventura, California and Matheus Hurdy from Brazil. The two men in the water making their way to the lineup, so we're only moments away from a start. And what a showdown this is going to be. The wind is cross-shore and howling, but it's working perfectly for these young aerial guns to show us their wares.
Well, even though the heat hasn't started, Benzi, the heat's kind of started right now because there's no priority at the beginning of the heat. These kids are paddling out side by side. There's no coin toss like there used to be in the old days to see who's going to get the first wave, and certainly no gentleman's rules here. So, of course, those two guys are paddling out. Whoever's on the inside section for those right-handers will get the first wave. So, heat's going to get underway shortly. Extra 5 minutes as well, so that'll give these guys a little bit extra time to find those little corners out there.
Yeah, so Matheus, the nephew of Guilherme Herde, who was a championship tour competitor, one of those real pioneers of, before the Brazilian Storm was a term, there was a bunch of Brazilian warriors just really forging their own path, and Guilherme was one of them. Powerful goofy footer, just visions of him at G-Land and Chopu with Joel Fitzgerald back in the days before Chopu was really on the map. They were sort of some of the pioneers that went there. You remember those iconic shots of them with Ted Grambo back in the day when it was just this crazy, perfect coral reef in the middle of nowhere, and you just go, where is this? And so when that's your sort of gene pool,
good.
It's not a stretch to imagine the sort of surfing that's going to come. And Matheus is living up to all of that. So he's from Florianopolis in Brazil. Yeah, we've seen him achieve a little bit of a success at the World Juniors these past 2 years, but this is his best result into the final. Would love to take the win. We've seen this sort of stuff coming for a long time. By contrast, Eitan Osborne, under the radar, wasn't a name that many people had heard of 12 months ago, and now look at him go.
Yeah, he's found himself in his first final. This is his first World Junior Champs. It's also going to be his last given his age. And what a great result to find yourself in a final up against a really on form and red hot Matheus Hurdy. You spoke about the Brazilian Storm. In one of his interviews he said it's not a storm anymore, we're well and truly here to stay, which is a fair comment. If you look at the World Qualifying Series leaderboard, Pedersen Crisanto qualified, Jesse Mendez re-qualified, David Silva qualified, and of course Jadson Andre sneaking in there in 10th spot. Matheus Hurdy ended up 18th on the tour, so this kid's got a very bright future ahead of him, and no doubt he'll be attacking that QS with a beauty qualifying next year.
Oh yeah, the Brazilian Storm is not just a passing squall, it's a massive form of surfing climate change. It is setting in, it's not going anywhere, and just ferocious competitors, tons of talent. We're seeing guys like Lucas Chumbo on the big wave scene. It's just an amazing push from really surfing's new powerhouse nation, and we are straight into action, and this is Matheus Hurdy getting the final underway inside the first 10 seconds, so points on the board. We've added 5 minutes to the clock, So a 35-minute final. Matthias Hurdy with the first blood. It's not going to be a keeper come the end of this heat, but he is out in the lead. Gives priority to the red jersey of A10 Osborne. There it is, a 2.83.
Interested to see what strategy these guys employ in the final. Sometimes you can see the final going one or two ways. You can see some conservancy early on, just trying to get those scores, or you can see someone blowing up from wave number one with that nothing to lose kind of attitude. Of course, this is winner take all. This is a chance to lift up a World Tour, a WSL World Championship trophy above your head in a few minutes' time. So interested to see kind of how these guys approach it. For Hurdy, he's gone quite conservative the beginning of the last couple of heats, and then he's opened up once he got 2 scores on the board. For Osborne, it's been a bit of a mixed bag, so let's see what he does now, the man with priority.
Yep, alright, this is the replay of Matthias' opening wave. So a couple of turns, nothing too spectacular. And he goes, yeah, I'm out of here. 2.83 the result.
Yeah, we heard Kahu Butler talking about how these guys have both got a rail game and got an air game, and you absolutely need both if you're going to qualify for the World Championship. So, of course, when you get into those premium spots on tour, you really need to have a really all-rounded, well-rounded repertoire. And both these kids certainly have shown that this event so far. Probably the two most progressive surfers in the event, and it's awesome to see these guys now go head-to-head in a 35-minute final.
Yep, so not much of interest so far in this opening 2 minutes. 2.83 for Matthias. The only movement on the scoreboard. A10 Osborne, he's so fired up, so psyched. He says he's not nervous at all. He just wants to win, which is pretty handy attitude. All right, he's skating across a wave that's not offering him a whole lot so far. Now it builds down the line. He punches that.
I love that turn.
Tough section, and that is where the bulk of his points are going to be. So it was a bit of a roll in, and then as the wave got more serious, so did A10 Osborne. He just punched that end section.
Yeah, I love the approach on that closed-out section that came towards it. Oftentimes that left-hander, when it comes towards you with a lot of white water, can be really tough to tag, but he just hit it in the most critical section and really punctuated that wave nicely with that closed-out turn. We'll take another look at it here. This is the roll-in that Binzi was talking about, a bit soft on the opening section. A little click turn on the outside to set up this big close-out turn. Hammers it on the back foot and shuts that one down nicely. Early advantage to Osborne.
All right, and while A10 paddles back out to the lineup, and while the judges try and figure out what kind of a number to throw at that opening mover, we are going to cross down to Shannon Hughes for an interview with, I believe, the Billabong team manager.
All right, thanks, guys. I'm down here with Team A10. We've got Carlos Ferrari, Billabong team manager, so you're representing A10 from Billabong side, and Tyler Gunter from Team USA, Newport Beach, California. Carlos, how does it feel to be here and have one of your team riders in the final?
It's really amazing to have him here, and also because of the place and the people here, we have a really good crew. So yeah, pretty stoked for him and for everyone here.
Great. And Tyler, being one of your teammates, you guys would have surfed together growing up, I'm sure, coming out of California. How does it feel to have a buddy in the final?
It feels amazing. And it's just so awesome to see him in this final. Like, we've had so many heats together, and I couldn't be happier for him.
Awesome. And I've seen you guys throwing some hand signals out. Is this the crew that he's going to be looking back to for kind of some positioning in the lineup?
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, he knows what he's doing, but he'll look back and we'll try and give him some tips of what we think might help him.
Awesome. Well, I won't hold you long. A10 is on fire, and we'll be cheering him on.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
See you soon, guys.
Thanks, guys. Back to you.
Cheers, Shannon. Yep, so the Instagram, happy for his mate who is through to the final. And yeah, as he said, they've surfed hundreds of heats together over the years. And with a moving, shifty lineup like the one that we've got out in front of us here at Jinzun Harbour, there's nothing wrong with looking back to the beach and having a mate just sort of signal out, you need to be a little bit further north, get a little bit further out.
I feel like you and I needed that last night, Binzi.
Oh.
We were both lost at sea out there on dark. I thought I lost you out to the Pacific Ocean.
Well, it's tough out there at the best of times, and then all of a sudden it got dark, and
Well, 30 minutes to go in this final. Looks like 4.77 for that opening wave of Osborne. That plays the 2.83 from Hurdy, so just a quiet start by the standards that we've seen these last 2 days particularly, and big set rolling in. Definitely seen a few more of these bigger, wider ones coming through. Here we go, live action.
All right, Matthias Hurdy Another one of these white watery waves. Was looking for that ramp, didn't get it. That's Corley Vast on screen with Caleb Tancred and K.U. Butler. And the fried chicken's been a popular one around here. There's a couple of food stalls just down the boardwalk that have fried squid and some salt and pepper squid, some fried chicken.
I know where I'm going after this.
It's pretty good. The food in Taiwan is amazing. My diet has well and truly gone out the window these past couple of weeks. I'm going to turn into a spicy dumpling before too long, as we see more of the Groms, the Saffers, your lot.
Yeah, look at them. 14-year-old Luke Thompson on the right-hand side there. Great experience for him coming here to Taiwan for the first time, and definitely got many years ahead of him. So great to see these guys. And you know what? It's not a team event per se, but those guys have acted like a team all event long, and they're here. They've got no one in the final day of competition, but they're all down here watching and absorbing and just learning as much as they can.
Yeah, well, that all started from the World Longboarding, which there was a 2-day crossover in the window between the longboarding and the juniors. And the longboarding, there's a real camaraderie between that whole tribe. The guys hang around and watch the girls, the vice versa. The countries all kind of packing together as a team. And so for the juniors to come along and see those final days of the World Longboarding and see how much support there was. I know the South Africans really got galvanised getting behind Stevie Sawyer in the final of the men's event, and it's really turned it into, as we see some of the girls dabbing away. It's just created this fantastic camaraderie around the event. It's been awesome. So yeah, the 2-week-long Taiwan Open of surfing has definitely been a massive win for the WSL. This has been awesome.
Big paddle outs there. You saw on that wide shot before, these guys really struggling through a big clean-up set, and because of that short period, there's a lot of waves back to back, so sometimes you'll see a 6 or 8 wave set like we did there, just clean those guys up. So energy sapping right here in the early stages of this 35-minute final. No one really taking control with any big scores just yet. And just back to your point there around that camaraderie, Benzie, these guys are really at the beginning of their careers, and some of the friendships that they've forged on these trips and traveling end up being friendships that you have for a lifetime, and really that's what makes our sport so special.
Oh, absolutely. The networking, the networks you forge around the world, because that's what surfing's all about, is going to other countries, experiencing new cultures, sharing waves with the locals, and events like this that bring the tribe together. You meet guys from Hawaii for the first time, or from the Basque country, or we've had competitors here from Israel and Uruguay. Yeah. The Peruvians have been out in force. Speaking of South Americans, here goes Mateus Hurdy. He's on the runway, takes to the sky, puts that one down. And, well, that's going to be the first score of this final for Mateus. Eitan Osborne is our current leader with a 4.77 and a 1.17. Mateus only needs a 3.12. That is less than a decimal per degree of turn. He's thrown the big 360 in that, so
yeah, we'll take another look at that one on the replay. Just the amount of whip he got out of that rotation was phenomenal. Did it so quickly. We'll have to slow that one down in the replay to really break him down. He kind of landed right on top of the whitewater section there, so it took him a little bit of time to transition down onto the flats. He has live action on the outside.
All right, this is Eitan. He's found a bigger wave, opens up with that first turn critically into the second section, free falls out of that, puts the foot down, wants to get the connection with the end section, and does so, and gives us a little stand tall. So that is our claim of the day, without doubt. We've seen a few varieties on it. We've seen the hands behind the back, we've seen the loose shuckers by the sides, and Eitan, he doesn't mind it either. A little bit of a slouch with the shoulders.
Yeah, I love it.
It's a stand tall with a slouch, if that makes any sense whatsoever. Very steezy from Eitan Osborne. Here's the replay.
Let's take a look at this one. So he's not a guy that gets flustered. You would have heard the roars from the beach, but he's opened up with a nice carve. That's a nice snap down into the pocket, and a really tricky section to finish here. Does well to unload. Well, that section almost unloaded on him. Did well to hold on, and he rode out cleanly. So a good little exchange coming. Mateus Hurdy took to the skies, as he has. It's his go-to maneuver when things get tough, and his strike rate, completion rate on those airs, Benzie, is pretty remarkable.
Oh, both of these guys rarely fall, which is incredible given the gymnastics that they're putting themselves through. That last wave of Eitan, the end section maneuver was so critical. It wasn't the biggest section, but he just threw his board into the lip and had to have faith that the wave was going to cooperate with him and slam it back down perfectly, and that's exactly what happened. At first it looked like he was gone. It looked like he'd just been swallowed by that section, and we were going to be picking him out of the cobblestones.
So true.
Yeah, he's hung on beautifully to just put that final last punctuation point on that wave.
Well, as we've seen so many times in this event, the exchange between two surfers have been with contrasting approach. A one maneuver aerial from Hurdy, and then a three-turn combination. That's the outside turn. I love the second turn. You have so much power in that snap, and this is the section Binzi was talking about. So critical. Gets his board up there, has the faith that's going to come down, and well, he would have just heard that a 7.5 has been thrown down by Hurdy, and a 6.9 from Osborne. So judges determining that the progression above the lip there, scoring higher than that three-turn combination.
Yeah, I like the way that they've separated that one. Matthias was on the set wave. They've been really, really consistent today with just imploring the surfers to go for the set waves. They've lowballed anything that's on a medium-sized runner. You're not going to go into the excellent range unless you are on a bigger wave. And Matthias has taken off on a solid wave and thrown one big manoeuvre, ridden out of it pretty cleanly, done it nicely. A10, in-betweener, surfed it beautifully. The first turn maybe a little flat through that one section. The second turn was really critical. He airdropped out of it, and then that quick little stab at the end that was just a little bit of finesse and just really showing the judges, hey, I'm totally in control here.
Yeah.
It just adds a little bit of fluency that, even if it's subliminal in the minds of the judges, they go, wow, he's owned that wave from start to finish. A 6.9 for A10. He knows that if he can do that same sort of surfing but on a better wave, then he's going to be looking at the excellent range. So the judges are incentivizing the sort of surfing that they want to see. They're rewarding the surfing that they want to see, and I like how this is playing out with 23 minutes to go.
Dangling carrots in front of both of these surfers. We're seeing those scores being thrown down. The 7.5 for the progression above the lip. Still no excellent scores, so like Benji said, now that has left the door wide open, and it's sent a very strong signal to both these surfers on the scale, and the top end there is well and truly available to these kids if they want to take to the air. Of course, Benji's saying a big wave, also that means there are bigger sections, and if you attack those big sections with a bit of flair and a bit of progression, you're going to be rewarded handsomely. So 22 minutes remaining on this one. It's still a very close battle. Osborne leads, Hurdy second, 4.17 required by him, but he is holding on to a 2.83 on his second score.
22 minutes remaining. And this is on a knife edge at the moment. A10 Osborne with a 6.9 and a 4.77 is our leader, but will be far from comfortable. Matthias Hurdy has the best single wave, a 7.5. He only needs a 4.17 to get into the lead. He won't be looking for a 4. He's going to be looking to go up into the excellent range. That is what these guys want to do. They really want to put big, big numbers on the board. They don't want to just get there and chip away at it. And, well, was that A10 in the red having a look, or was that Matthias second priority?
This is one of those bigger sets that's caught these guys by surprise a couple of times in this heat so far. And it looks like that priority has switched over. So of course you can lose priority without catching a wave. It was Osborne who had a big strong paddle for that wave. He couldn't get over the lump. And now that means that the man second in line, Matthias Hurdy, will grab that first priority. And he can take on any wave he likes now. In that lineup.
Yeah, a bit of a bonus there for Matthias Hurdy. Barely back to the takeoff zone, and he's just been handed priority on a platter. Not that A10 will be rattled. There's still 21 minutes to go in this one. Tons of time on the clock. We added 5 minutes as it is. And we've already seen 7 waves ridden. A10's last, the 6.9. Matthias' last, a 7.5. They're the two key scores at the moment. Here goes Matthias, looking to get rid of that 2.83. He's pretty much done it already. This is a beautiful wall, shaping up quite nicely down the line. Takes to the sky. I love that. Explosive, and it came from nowhere. That was really reflexive surfing, and he wants to sign off from this one in style. Bang!
He's going to get a 10-point award on this. I'm calling it right now. He's doing the calculations, and he's saying 10 points. There is no way that's going to be any other score. It is the best wave we have seen ridden in this event so far, no doubt about it.
Wow. Okay, well, there you go. He has found himself a set wave, which is what we've been saying that the judges want to see you do your work on. I love he's opened up with that big first turn and then that second aerial. It wasn't telegraphed. It wasn't like he spent, 3 or 4 sections pumping around them to aim for that ramp. It just came, stood up, and spontaneously he went bang. Launched it. It was lofty. He spun it around beautifully, came fluently out straight into another turn, raced down the line and found that end section to blast off again. Talk us through this one, Brickers.
Let's have a look at this one. My nerves are completely shot on this wave. Big opening wrap, so he's got the rail game. We know that. Snaps it out, gets the grab in, reverts out smoothly, but he's not done yet. Clicks this one over the section. Then this is the spontaneous air. Goes around, wrap around, reverse again, stands up. He's doing the maths on his finger. That's how I do my maths too. And let's see, the judge is still deliberating this one, but let's take a look at the variation here. Huge bottom turn as he opens up his inside shoulder. Power turn. You can see the back foot stomping as he wraps this one all the way around. And then again, squares off the bottom of here, gets the grab, and you watch closely. Clicks the grab, spins around, lands tail first, but reverts out smoothly. And now his front foot still pretty far up the board. He readjusts here just to get this little click turn in because he's got another section ahead of him. This one just a real transitional turn, pretty critical though on the way down. And this is where the spontaneity comes in. He launches up again, hucks that board all the way around, lands the nose first, and then he reverts out clean. He doesn't even need his fins to grab. And he stands tall. And Binzi, I don't know what the judges are waiting for, because for me this is a 10 all day long.
Well, that's an audacious claim. And it's coming at a 9.77.
What more could he have done on that wave?
So can we break down which judges lowballed him? A 9.77. And I don't know if he's... Have you ever seen someone so frustrated to get a 9.77 in their life before? Well, that was amazing.
Incredible stuff. Yeah, this is what we want to see. This guy has been peaking all events long. You're just thinking he's gonna run out of steam at some point. So no one gave him a 10 Binzi except me in the booth. But a couple of 9.8s, a 9.5, and 9.7. So highest and lowest are dropped out. The middle three are averaged out for a 9.77. All that means is that the judges think there's more out there.
Yeah, and well, that means that Eitan Osborne is now staring down the barrel of a 17.27 two-wave combination. So a massive two-wave total already in the first 13 minutes of the heat.
And his name's on the board.
Yeah, Matthias Herdy, we said he's been doing it from start to finish. Look at that. 3 of the best 5 scores of the event. And one of them, when it counts the most, is the best wave of the event. And it's in the final, a 9.77. And maybe if you break down the replay, you can see that he only held up 0.77 of that last little finger.
Yeah, I think it's this third turn over here. Maybe that's let him down. It might have put a little bit of a blemish on it, but really punctuated either side. So much variety, Binzi. Power turn to start off with, grab, 2 different types of airs, and I think he just came out, like I said, a third of a finger short over here. I'm not sure. 9.77.
I think a little finger might have just been curled in slightly. He wasn't throwing out the full 10.
I don't know. I would have given that a 10. I did. I wrote it down straight away, but you know what? In the grand scheme of things, it is an incredible score thrown down here for the Brazilian. And now with 16 minutes and 20 seconds remaining, it is a big combination that Osborne is looking at. Here goes live action.
And now he's throwing a backflip. He was like, all right, if you're not going to give me a 10 for that last one, how about I start hucking backflips? We saw Matthias on our one lay day for the Taiwan Open of Surfing go out and do just that manoeuvre in the free surf. It was tiny and windy as all get up. And Matthias went, whatever, I can still master this. So Matthias Herdy is putting on a clinic right now. A 9.77 and a 7.5, but don't write off Eitan Osborne. He needs a 7.27 to get himself out of the combination, and anything over that would see him needing less than a 10-point ride to overhaul Matthias. We know these scores are on offer as we see the surfers glued to the action.
They're still in disbelief. They're going, you can see Caleb's going, that should have been a 10. He's scratching his head. Going, I agree with Brickers. But Benji, you know what? If there's any surfer that can break down a combination, it's going to be Osborne. This guy doesn't seem like he gets really flustered very easily. He's got a real even temperament, and he's very, very quietly determined and confident. So even though he's hearing big scores being thrown out, he'll be the guy that can back his ability. If he gets a section, just be aware, you'll see something incredible thrown down by Osborne.
I think maybe the judges have gone, we don't want to give you a 10 yet because we want to lay out that incentive for you to go just that little bit bigger once again. And, well, it worked. He went for the backflip on the next wave. So,
well, let's see. It's certainly set up a mouth-watering last 14 and a half minutes in this one. This is what you want to see in finals, Benzie. You want to see guys going toe-to-toe. You want to see guys pushing progression with the jersey on. And if these are a barometer, if this is a barometer for what's to come for the championship tour, professional surfing's in great hands for the future.
Yeah, we saw Mateus in one of his earlier interviews talking about just this amazing Brazilian force. Right now, I'm not talking about the trending, over the last few years, but right now we've got Gabriel Medina going for a world title. He won the World Juniors in 2013, then won the world title the next year in 2014, so he really stepped it up. Mateus Hurdy, well, he'd be happy just to use next year to qualify for the World Tour. The top seeds in this event get that seed into the primes next year. Mateus isn't going to need it anyway. He's finished 18th on the qualifying series this year, only missed out by a hair's breadth from being on the championship tour. The year before, defending champion here is Finn McGill. The year before, Ethan Ewing won this event. He was already qualified for the World Tour as a rookie. So, this is a massive stepping stone. We've seen Adriano de Souza and Gabriel Medina both win this event and both win world titles. Here goes Mateus Hurdy again. This is a slopier wave. He's just going to stick with it. It's got some power. It's got some push. He's eyeing off that ramp. The kick stall down the line. Now he puts the foot down, gets flying. Big air reverse and stops that like he always knew he was going to. Not sure if he's got rid of his 7.5.
Completion rate of this guy
is a little sign off to the judges. And it is tricky out there. It's not like it's a sheet glass, velvet smooth day. It is blustery as heck. The wind's probably 30 knots, trade winds from the northeast, blowing straight up the face. We're seeing big ribs in the face, chop, all sorts of white water on the surface, really making things a lot less sticky. And hasn't affected Mateus Hurdy one little bit.
Yeah, you can see that tide draining out too, so this is the effect of that lower tide in about an hour's time. A lot of these roll-throughs, so less water out there on that cobblestone setup just means those waves are breaking a bit further out and even more difficult to find those sections. This is that last wave of Mateus Hurdy. It's coming at an 8.60, so he's extended his lead, and this is why a very sleepy start to this wave, but this is where he goes up and does that rotation. Land spin first, reverts out of that one. So Air 360 reverting out there. And he's loving this heat. He's obviously having a lot of fun. It's easy when you're dropping scores like that, Benzie.
Yeah, well, he's just dropped a 7.5, got rid of that one. Eitan Osborne, well, even if he banked a 7.5 now, he'd still be chasing an 18.37 two-wave combo. This is Eitan on the wave behind, expressing a bit of frustration. He can't buy a wave at the moment. A 6.9, his best offering. Mateus a 9.77 and 8.6. And, Eitan was ice cool through the first week of competition. On final day, he started to show a little bit of emotion. We really enjoyed it in the quarters and the semis as he was visibly, pumped and excited to make it through the final. Now, unfortunately for Eitan, we're starting to see a bit of the opposite emotion. A little bit of frustration coming in as Mateus Hurdy is opening a can of whoop-ass right now in the final.
Yeah, he certainly is, and it's all about peaking at the right time, but for Hurdy, he's kind of peaked in every heat that he surfed. Certainly the last three, and that frustration from Osborne, it's not as much as about being in a combination situation. I think for him, he knows what he's capable of, and he's willing to back his ability. It's more the frustration about not having that opportunity, and as time whittles down, it'll be harder and harder as that pressure rises up.
Yeah, 100%. More than capable, an incredible aerialist, and it was, as we've seen this week, definitely got it going on the face as well, but just needs to find that wave. Can he get himself back in the picture right now? He's putting the foot down, and again, this wave not cooperating with him yet. And this is frustrating for Eitan. Hopefully he can turn his frustration into something big right now. He's found a ramp down the line, throws the backflip, please, right out of that.
Oh my goodness, this is what we're talking about. I know this kid can do it. He just needs the ramp, he needs the opportunity. And well, you know what, he didn't just go for something safe. I'm calling it air reverse safe because we've seen a lot of them, but that was phenomenal. We'll have to break this one down. Here we go. The frustration is being channeled for the man from Ventura. Look at this big section. Oh, this is one where he
he's stuck with it.
So comes around the corner here. I thought this was the one where he had his frustration. He takes it up in that section, lofted. He gets a lot of hang time up there too, Benzie, as he just couldn't quite ride out of that one. Landed almost tail first, and you got close, you've got to say.
Oh, he really did. I thought at one point that we might have seen him pop back up and ride out of that one, which would have well and truly broken him out of the combination. So Eitan Osborne is definitely not throwing in the towel. 9 minutes 20 to go. He's doing exactly what he knows the judges want, and that is go as big as possible. You're going to have to send it to win it from here. And with 9 minutes 10 seconds to go, that's exactly what Eitan was doing. And it was interesting. He took off on that wave. He battled section after section to get around it. It looked like he was behind it, but then Eitan is looking down the line and can see what we can't. He obviously eyed off that ramp way down the end of the line, and all of the frustration that he's felt in the opening 25 minutes of this heat, he let out in that one hucked backflip. And here we see Matthias Hurdy swinging into action. Can he take to the sky? Just a little kick out. So both guys readjusting will get themselves back to the takeoff zone and fight for priority. While that's happening, we're going to cross down to Shannon Hughes, who is with Sammy Pupo.
All right, thanks, guys. Well, I got a few of the crew down here. I've got Cole Alves, Sammy Pupo, Eduardo Mota. Cole, talk us through what's happening in the water right now.
Matthias is doing huge airs. He did 2 on one wave, got a 9.7, and then just did another huge one off a really big section. But Eitan's still in it. He's been doing some big airs too. He just needs to land them. I think there's like 8 minutes left.
So he's definitely still got a chance. And down with the 2 Brazilians, so they're supporting their teammate Matthias. How are you guys feeling cheering for your homeboy?
We're cheering for him. We hope he gets this title for Brazil, and I really wish I was in the final with him, but it didn't happen. Eitan was surfing really good as well. So, he has, 17 points right now, so ready to cheer him up.
Awesome. And you guys all surf together very much back home?
Yeah, we surf together all the time. He's close to me, so yeah.
Awesome. And Eduardo, you had an amazing that drop wallet in that first heat of the event. How did you feel coming through in the last couple days?
I think I have more 2 years on the World Junior, and let's do it in the next years.
All right, well, it looks like the Brazilian could be taking the win, but Eitan Osborne certainly has another shot. So we'll go back to you guys in the booth, and we'll see what happens in the final few minutes.
Yes, thanks, Shannon. Yeah, Cole Alves putting it out there that Eitan has been throwing some huge airs. He just needs to ride out of them. Not going to happen on this wave. 7 minutes to go. Priority is with Matthias, so Eitan is now going to sort of do some work on the inside, just investigate every lump that pops up near him and see if he can't find a ramp that Matthias has turned his nose up at.
I think that's a good strategy for Osborne, particularly now if you look at the clock on the lower third left-hand side of your screen. 6 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. And as that clock winds down, so the pressure will wind up for Osborne. He needs 2 waves. So, given these conditions today, the paddle back has been pretty tough at times with that sweep going from left to right, especially if you time it with a big set on the outside too. So, you'd say probably around that 4 minute mark, if he hasn't had a wave, that'll be the crunch time to try and break that combination.
6 minutes to go. Yep, Eitan Osborne needs to go big, and he needs to do it pretty soon. Currently, Matthias Hurdy leading this final of the World Junior Championships with a 9.77 and an 8.6, the highest heat score of the event so far. And you sort of get the impression that he's probably not even happy with that right now. Wouldn't mind getting himself another 9, or actually coming through with one of those 10-point claims with a 10-point ride. So 5 minutes 40 to go. Matthias Hurdy was always going to be the man to beat on the final day, and he is living up to the hype. We saw him make the final at Haleiwa, the Hawaiian Pro, just a couple of weeks ago. Said it was a dream come true to surf against Joel Parkinson, who took out the event. We'll be seeing Parko in action, trying to claim a 4th Triple Crown on his last ever trip through Hawaii as a member of the championship tour. Of course, Joel is retiring after Pipe, one of the icons of the sport, the 2012 world champion, and Matthias was pinching himself just to surf a final with him, let alone take it up to him and finish second. So he's not too upset about not making the tour. He knows he's got plenty of time to do that. Very long, promising career lying for Matthias Hurdy down the line. He would love to collect a World Junior Championship today, though.
Absolutely right. You know, just thinking back to Joel's career and then talking about Hurdy.
Well, Joel's won here as well.
I was in J-Bay when Joel won the J-Bay event as an 18-year-old wildcard, and that really set his career on the path. And you've got to think for Hurdy, the last couple of weeks certainly defining his career and setting himself up to be one of the big names of our sport. And you see Osborne just trying to find something, manufacture a section, but you can see the body language there, Benzie. Well, you might not be done
don't give up on him yet.
He's not going to give up. He's going to go for something big over here. He's telegraphing the kick out.
Eitan cannot take a trick in the final. He stuck with that one for about 100 metres of just, it was all downtime. He was just skating around the place looking for a section. No, that one's not going to do it. He'd eye off the next one, line it up. Nope, that's not happening. It was backing up. It was a wobbly old affair. There was all sorts of ribs and chop coming up the face, plenty of chatter. And unfortunately for Eitan, he's just covered about 100 metres and probably barely got himself, well, there it is, a 1.53. And we see Matthias Hurdy now with 3 minutes 40. He's battling that sweep, but he's also trying to get a little bit closer towards Eitan, just to keep an eye on his adversary. Now he's going to engage. Can he get rid of that 8.6 and build on his already enormous